years ago. People like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now. Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. I spoke with Andrew Cuomo about the need to bring this city together as he called me to concede the race. And I want to thank Brad Landry. Together we have shown the power of the politics of the future. One of partnership and of sincerity. Today, 8 months after launching this campaign, with the vision of a city that every New Yorker could afford, we have won. We have won from Harlem to Bay Ridge. We have won from Jackson Heights to Port Richmond. We have won from Maspeth to Chinatown. We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford. A city where they can do more than just struggle. One where those who toil in the night can enjoy the fruits of their labor in the day. Where hard work is repaid with a stable life. Where 8 hours on the factory floor or behind the wheel of a cab is enough to pay the mortgage. It is reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker. If this campaign has demonstrated anything to the world, it is that our dreams can become reality.
There's, all this talk from capitalist billionaires that Mamdani is horrible for innovation.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Howdy. There we go. How we doing, folks? How y'all today? Hello. Stream time, stream crime, indeed. Hello, Sheepish T-Rex. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Queenie. Also, is Vertical Chat verting? Like, are we doing okay, Vertical Chat? I'm seeing like a weird lack of comments in Vert Chat, but that might just be the nature of the beast today, because that's just sometimes how it be. Hello, everybody. Hello, Spancom Cat. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Celeste Player One. With the NASA shirt, girl, are you an astronaut because you look out of this world? Hey, I see what you did there. Hell yeah. I called into Takis today. Fuck yeah, Jazz Dog. Hope it went well. We're gonna be talking. Guys. Today's stream is kind of all things DSA, and if we manage to make it through in one piece, we might be talking some Rudyard content tonight. What is that hairstyle? I don't know. It's I guess like a bob, or like a messy bob. Anyway, Fiona Matthews, hello, Comrade Girl 2018, hello, Burning Sock 5, hello, John Bainbridge, hello, Chris Zaide, hello, how we doing? Hey there, DSA LA member here, hell yeah, DSA represent, folks. We're gonna be talking with a member of DSA, an organizer here in Minnesota, resident mod and expert all things DSA, your DSA liaison, even between the Riverboat Jack community and the wider DSA. We're going to be talking with her in a minute, just saying hello to all you fine folks first. Hello. Hair looks great, thank you. And yeah, this NASA shirt I also got thrifting. May or may not have been a children's shirt. I don't know, but it fit me. So what's this about intersex stuff? The special guest was a geneticist, so I asked about intersex stuff. Nice. Hello, everyone. Oh, wooga, Miss Evelyn Rose. Hello, folks. Before we get started, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, do the things. You know, get the show off on the right foot. You know, we even got a little button here to let you know what to do. We might as well play it right at the top. And do consider supporting the show.
Oh damn, must get rid of lightning. Everyone support Emily Bird for the August 11th primary against Rebecca Cook to be sheriff van Orden in November.
Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. Click button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click button.
All right. Oof. I've been playing Peak and keep on dying on level 2. Peak is peak. Also, Rosie, hell yeah. Folks, reminder, if you are in DSA and you're part of the community, reach out to GamerG and get added to our community Shimp DSA chat, because it's just more fun to organize together. Also, Werix, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and just as an FYI, we are at the top of the stream here at 68 out of 500 subs. And Werix, thank you for being the first person to support the stream today. Very much appreciated. And I am going to, out of courtesy to our guest, turn off alerts real quick here. Shout out to Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know, for letting us use his music for our show. There we go. Actually, I don't need to turn off alerts over here, so we're gonna be talking over here. All right. Without further ado, we are gonna be jumping in with GamerG here. Y'all ready? Okay. Let's do this. So, folks, we are going to be talking here with DSA member and organizer, I guess, official liaison between the Riverboat Jack community and the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. We're going to be chatting with GamerG, one of our mods and local organizer. I'm going to bring her in here. Let's do it. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you a little bit. I'm gonna boost your volume a little bit, and that should be better. How about now?
Good. Just checking real quick to make sure my AC unit isn't causing do you hear it in the background at all? I can turn it off.
We hear it a little bit. Like maybe turn it off, but if it gets too hot, feel free to turn it back on.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I just went ahead and threw my my face on screen. You don't have to share me if you don't want to.
Oh, I'm happy
But
to. Let me throw you up here.
some chimps already know me.
Yes. To focus you. There we go. There we go. And here we are. Howdy.
Awesome. Hey, Jack. Thanks for having me talk. I actually got up early in the morning, went to work, went to a community event that was focused on, wasn't DSA related, but I ran into a couple of DSA members there. It was essentially a community, like a region of the city that organized about how the police department is bankrupting the city.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
God,
That's a whole other conversation that we are working on, hopefully coming up with a solution with the DSA. So
hell yeah. But yeah, so you've been an organizer with the DSA for a while. How did you get started doing that?
so I got really into municipal internet in like 2016, 2017, and I was inspired by the Bernie campaign and heard tangentially of DSA around then. And I had heard that would be an interesting like way to end up getting involved in organizing for a cause such as municipal internet. So I just signed up to be a dues paying member. Went to my first meeting. Not joking when I say my first meeting DSA meeting I went to, like my introductions were like heart pounding, nervous, don't know what I'm doing. I'd never done a political thing before. But ended up being all right. And now, according to some people I know, I got what the kids call the Riz. So
I mean, you are very active within DSA. You made a name for yourself in multiple states now. And I guess what is your pitch? Like why DSA? Like there are other like political parties out there.
White be
There we go. There are other political parties like the Working Families Party, for example, or you'll hear people throw out other organizing branches that are ostensibly socialist or communist even. But like why DSA?
yeah, why DSA? It's a little bit like, if I could go into this a little bit of details.
Yeah.
It's mostly two modes. One, it's all volunteer organization, and there's like no ideological hard lines. Like, you can't be like a hardcore Zionist who's like, we're an anti-Zionist organization. We passed that as a resolution at I think the 2025 DSA convention, maybe in 23. But like, if you're a socialist of any flavor, if you're willing to do the work to make a better socialist society in the United States and in the world, you're welcome to pay dues or sign the dues waiver and just join DSA and start doing stuff. You're not like beholden to certain work standards or ethical, like not ethical, work standards or like guidelines, like you have to be at every meeting all the time. There are sometimes stipulations if you're going to be in leadership of your local chapter or national, but those are stipulated in your chapters or nationals, what are called bylaws. Shouldn't do air quotes. Bylaws are legally binding, but they're called bylaws, and they're basically like kind of like a law book. It's like the legal framework of a chapter. Most chapters have their own local formation as like a 501c4, which is a nonprofit for political purposes. Like I forget what the full details are, but also like DSA doesn't have what's known as democratic centralism, and this is where like democratic centralism is where when you're in the room with the meeting with your group and you make decisions, once the decision's been made and voted on, that is the opinion of it, and you can't like go out and like blast people on social media or essentially dissent from the decision made by the party. DSA is not that. We are not democratic centralists. So like if you are, it leaves room for dissent in DSA. So like if you're coming forward with causes or concerns, there's always like a pathway to hear them heard and resolved. And I have stories for days and days and days of this and that. There's stuff ongoing that I am relatively close connected to that's blowing up, that a couple chimps I have confided in my latest ongoing things. But the important thing is everyone's there like to make a better world, and it's basic short phrase pitch. We're a big tent socialist organization. We're not going to adhere you to a certain set of ideology or at all. Like,
Yeah.
I don't really read theory. I
Right.
know theory, but I don't read it.
And so that kind of has like a like both a positive and a negative side to it, right? So there will often be like, you know, liberals will talk to me about, you know, DSA, and they're like, oh, but you know, I heard DSA believes blank, or DSA did blank, and I'm always like, okay, but where did they do that though? Because DSA is very geographically spread out, and each chapter is independent, more or less, of the rest. Like there's still like the DSA national that kind of binds a lot of those disparate groups together to some extent, but like there's not really a block of coherence like the Democratic Party has. And what is your view on that?
First, I hope the air is off and good now. Hope
Yeah.
that's good. I was worried that my air filter was causing issues, but with the ideological differences, it's like it's been a thing as long as I've been in DSA, where one chapter disagree with another chapter is saying or doing, and there have been people who wanted to recall city councilors from other chapters, and often things get told through games of telephone, and people don't know the full picture and make assumptions based on their ideological framework. But also sometimes the things that you don't know, you should be assuming worse. So like I've had people be like, what the heck is going on in so and so? And like, I heard there was like this, but I mean that person can't be that. I'm like, no, that is that bad. That is that bad. But then there's other parts like, what the heck are they talking about? That's absolutely not what happened. So I would encourage, like, this is kind of like where the point of DSA chapters, 90% of the work happens in your chapter, comes into play. It's as much as it's essentially like a microcosm of American organizing, where it's like every chapter is its own little state and has governors or has senators that go to the delegates to the Congress, or known as the National DSA Convention. I'm really like mixing up a lot of things, but it's just a vague idea of where you can get how DSA is decentralized. DSA is a lot more decentralized than that, actually. The national formation of DSA that like has what's called the National Political Committee, or the NPC, that's elected every 2 years at the convention. They, despite switching ideological makeups quite often, they have always followed the principle of let chapters sort things out for the most part. Most of the time that works out good, so that when chapter versus chapter beef happens, it's not like it doesn't cause into a big infighting where it kind of explodes into a bunch of other issues. Sometimes there are issues where national could step up, but also like historically national DSA has been very thin on the effort on the work they do. And I can write a whole book on where national should go with things and what work and what they could do to improve. But I will say national DSA does like the best job it can. I don't
So-
like, even though I often disagree with some of their positions or whatnot, like I trust them.
So what, because again, I this conversation's kind of for people who have they're low information on DSA. So if each member of if each kind of group of DSAers is kind of like a state, the DSA convention and the national group, what do they do if the component parts, those kind of state level or regional level DSA groups, are doing a lot of like the on the ground work? What does national do? What does national bring here?
So national has paid staff for each region of the country. I can't remember the number of staff. They're called field organizers. Basically, there's a certain amount of staff that National DSA has paid on the payroll for National DSA that is specifically made to help your chapter do organizing and answer all the questions you need. These are people who have a lot of experience in political organizing and can help you get involved and get stuff started up and ran. Like maybe they don't know what to do, but they can get you in contact. Like maybe not specifically with like your city council or whatever, but they can give you modes of organizing to how you can get your chapter up on the ground running, how to get stuff done. I think they're like a field organizer because it covers like 5 to 7 states, and they're on staff. So like I've known field organizer that I cover because the state I used to live in also covers Minnesota now. So like I've known him for years and very useful. These are people who like are there to help, like if you're starting a new chapter, get it off the ground running. And I always like to say, like specifically with the National DSA staff, they are paid to help you utilize their work. Like this is something that is often not tapped into, is National DSA's work. There's a staffer who does solely electoral organizing work. Milo is the name, and he will train you on how to run a strong campaign, how to we have pre-made complex Google sheets and documents that give you a template of how to work off things and give you the step-by-step 100 level class, like 3 100 level classes and 3 200 level classes on how you can get a campaign off the ground running and how to win elections. And I went to the 200 level organizing stuff and it was very useful. This is knowledge that is often gate kept behind institutional lobbyist groups who withhold a lot of information. Another thing that National DSA helps with is they have trainings like DSAUSA.org/trainings. If your chapter needs help learning how to do something, if your committee or working group in your chapter wants to learn how to be an effective door knocker, how to organize with various coalition work organizations, how to do grassroots fundraising like a badass. These are trainings that National DSA will schedule with you and get you like an hour or two training and lots of good information. And like we've requested a couple for our local chapter here, and we've found it very useful. And like this is what National DSA, this is what you're paying your dues for. You're paying your dues for these people to give you training to be good organizers. And I can't think of a better bang for your buck than like $5 to $10 a month to learn an organizing skills that you would have to go to like either some very expensive organizer school, be in a union for 10 years so that people let you move up and talk and get to learn things, which labor organizing is just one sector of organizing. There's other forms.
Mhm.
Or you happen to know like your uncle or your grandpa who was a 30-year organizer who can tell you all of it. This is institutional knowledge that DSA has that can train you on how to be a good organizer. And I can say the more I've leaned on National DSA's training and training, like learning from my comrades in DSA on like asking questions and getting feedback, like knowing who to talk to and whatnot, that is like how organizations really grow and take power.
So what would, because I know that there are going to be people who are like, well, why not just join the Democratic Party itself? Why organize in DSA when the DSA, part of what it's doing is seeking to organize, like to influence Democratic Party politics as well?
So DSA is funny you say that. I've had conversations with Dragonfly about how the Dems are ran. I have gotten some information on how the Dems are funded, and let me tell you, they are not member funded. They are desperately clinging on to. I would be scared what would happen to the Dems, or many would be excited if they happen to like really drop their big donor base. It's like the DNC's already lost a lot of money from big donors, and they don't have grassroots funding.
No,
like they don't. Like DSA is the largest member funded, member ran organization in the country. Not just socialist, but it's probably like your money is going to the most optimal place in DSA. I cannot imagine ever like getting more value in organizing and building power than I do with my dues every month.
Well, is it worth it? Because I've often heard that it's worth it to join the local Democrats and the local DSA so that you can kind of like, if you have the time and capacity, build up power both inside the Democratic Party to get priorities done and also organize with folks that are, outside of the Democratic establishment. Is that worth pursuing, or do you think that that's kind of like a, too much to ask of folks?
So it's kind of like there's people who do that, and it often is a matter of what you can do your capacity for. DSA covers a lot more than simply like running elections and winning elections or building a platform. Like DSA does organizing on like pressure campaigns to push politicians who aren't DSA candidates to go to better positions. DSA does like plans, organizes or helps organize protests. We do coalition work and various coalitions to help push our agendas we agree on through. And the type of organizing that Democrats are more like, let's just win an election and then go from there. And that's not power building.
Yeah.
And I will also like to say in DSA, you will have a much friendlier time with DSAers than you will with the Dems. Mileage may vary depending on your local Dems. I have heard the stories. I have seen the posts. I know what it's like when you organize in your Dems. And I guess I'm not saying it's not worth it. I'm saying you definitely want that outside pressure and you definitely want that outside pressure to go with it. And at least like the internal party structures for the Dems, it's very insulated and hard to break in. DSA is a member-led organization. It's one person, one vote. It's like there's a lot more pathways to mobilize and do things in. Like I say in the write-up that I do, that I share with a lot of people looking out to start organizing a DSA, you can just start a working group or committee in your chapter with like 4 or 5 people, depending on what your bylaws say. And if you do that and you like go and like say, hey, let's start this, let's get that for vote to approve or whatever, you can just start doing issues on that and do organizing and get trained through DSA. And also, like, there are formations of the Dems that, like, different sections of Dems, like, for instance, the DFL, there's the Senior Caucus, there's the Stonewall DFL. And there are formations that you can find that are more socialist friendly, more left friendly, that you can also do stuff in and help organize for better positions in your Dems. But in the end, it's not member funded. And there could be an order called from up high that comes specifically from a donor who tells the people at the top and quash that dissent coming from the bottom. It's not like you don't do that as easy in DSA. DSA is all about the mass organizing.
Yeah. So like it's kind of like, you know who you're working for when you're organizing in DSA. You're not quite sure who anyone's working for when you're going with the Dems. And it seems like they cover a lot more ground. The DSA covers a lot more ground. I know they're a lot more social as well. Like DSA often has built into it a lot more socializing, a lot more like, hey, we're gonna hang out without necessarily like political strings attached to it. And so it's almost kind of like DSA's building organically third spaces for folks, which is why the common conception, I think, is like, oh, it's just a bunch of people hanging out, it's not serious about politics, which I think is misleading. I think the camaraderie is real and helps build the political movement. Is that right?
Yeah, and like putting the social in socialism is what I always say. That's what I always say. Like this, I'll say that quite often. Like, you got to put the social in socialism. You got to be social. You got to go to the socials. You got to hang out with people that you know. And like some of the better organizing conversations I've had was just us, like, not in a meeting or a specifically fundraised dinner, but just hanging out at the park or hanging out like at the picnic or chilling and getting pizza together as a group. Like, these are where a lot of conversations end up being had that lead to places you may not know. Like, meetings are very specific and have agendas. And the reason I say to go to in person to meetings, if you can, very specifically try to go in person, just because once the meeting is adjourned, if you're on virtual call and it gets turned off, that's it. If you're in person, after the meeting's over, you can just chill and chat with all your comrades in DSA and hang out and like ask all the questions you want and get to know them more and feel more comfortable with yourself and with them. Like, I know meeting with a bunch of new people can be socially anxious for people, but like, it's seriously like, this is how I was able to help battle through social anxiety over the years, was going by 2 DSA meetings and speaking up more and becoming more skilled in politics and like charisma and stuff. And I guess I just like to also mention Another one of my sayings is 90% of organizing is two things. It's talking to people and showing up to things. If you can talk to people all right and you can show up to things like on time, at least not too late, then you can do organizing. And if you can't talk to people yet, but you can show up, you can learn to talk to people.
It's true.
And most people are more friendly than you think. I know we're like often looking at the world through the scary news view of the internet and some news that you covered, Jack, but most people, especially like in DSA or they're going to be organizing with, are like really chill and understanding. Like, be good faith with them and they'll be good faith with you.
Yeah, and it is one of those things where I think that there is a mindset some people get into when it comes to organizing or just even the basic act of socializing, where they're just like, oh, I'm just not good at it, I can't do it, I'm too anxious, etc., etc., etc. But like you mentioned that it's a skill. Like, it's a skill that when you practice it, you do get better at it. And so when you go and socialize, that's a chance for you to practice. And it's something I've talked about on the show just as a general piece of life advice. But if you're going to get involved in organizing, practicing your ability to talk with other people and socialize and like relate to other people is a core skill. And I did want to ask you a bit because I wanted to ask you about your take on, the mainstream media is kind of starting to develop a little bit of like a, DSA is coming, the Democratic Socialists, they're coming. It's almost like a, if not a red scare, like a light red scare, but about Democratic Socialists. And I was wondering what your take is on that. Like, what do you view it as, like, DSA is the one that's coming in? Do you view DSA as part of a wider democratic socialist movement? Like, what's your view just as an organizer?
So I think this is the culmination of multiple things that's been happening over the past 10, maybe arguably 15, 20 years. One, older generations of the neoliberal Clintonite era, they are aging out into obscurity. People who voted for them, love them, are quite literally dying off, or elderly and want to imagine what their grandkids' future is going to be looking like. Second is DSA was mostly not on the radar until 2016. We've had growing pains. We have grown larger, and I would also say we've gotten a lot more serious in contending with power. We've run stronger campaigns. There's lessons learned here, lessons learned there. Chapters grow. They have their own growing pains. Every chapter will have growing pains. That's why it's very important to stick it out and like get through it and keep going and just organize through it. Follow the processes that you need to get to your goals through that. But also DSA is like the largest socialist organization in the country ever now. But we do work like in coalition. We candidates, I don't think it's very specifically Zohar Mamdani. I don't think it's very specifically NYC DSA. I think it's a democratic socialist movement that has found itself at home in DSA. And I think it's also because it's the low barrier to entry. We're not giving you a bunch of homework to qualify to be a member. And also, I have seen a lot of people come into DSA who said, I was with the Dems for a while, and they suck and ran me out because I had good ideas and they didn't want to hear them. and DSA is like, welcome, and they come in and organize in DSA, and they start doing electoral work or other sort of work and organize and get wins. I think it's mostly failure of the Dems that has in part led to this, but also there's an entire generation of people who have not had power and are finally taking that power, and they see a better mode of politics than what the Clintonites and neoliberals have given us.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like you mentioned, like DSA is now the biggest socialist group that's ever existed in America, which is very impressive. And I guess I know other people have been wondering this. To what degree does DSA collaborate with other groups? Like I know Working Families Party is often aligned with a DSA in some spaces. But I hear questions about potentially organizing with like CPUSA or what's that other, the
RCA,
RCA. There's another one too, like
PSL,
DSL. Yeah.
PSL.
PSL, yes. Sorry.
So I would like to just reiterate that DSA is not democratic centralists, and I know it gets messy when people call each other out on social media and you see like petty infighting on the internet, but most of the time that amounts to no real world consequences. I just think that DSA has like that mode of low barrier to entry, quick barrier to get up on trained on stuff through national DSA, and also like you're free to voice as a in the minority of opinion. You're free to have that voice and not be shut down. And I also just wanted to mention I have all night. I have time for questions for anyone who wants to ask them later.
Absolutely. What do you say? Because I know that, for example, there's a lot of pearl clutching in the mainstream media about maybe there are some voices within DSA that should be shut down because maybe their ideas are like too extreme or dangerous. What do you think about that?
I think the more extreme thing, what they're mad about, like just straight up basic example, people get mad that we're an anti-Zionist organization. Like for a while, one of our like critiques that people had with us was like our position on Israel Palestine, and like our position on that is quite mainstream among Democratic voters now. The Overton window shifts and can shift fast. The problem is the Democratic Party for so long has shifted to where Republicans and conservatives and big money people want to operate and move. They just follow the winds because they think they can get easy money and win the mysterious moderate Republican voter that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
I will say, like, how I put it, you can read a lot of scary things about DSA if you're like a normie lib, but then you talk to DSA people and like, yeah, I support that, but like, I'm like your neighbor who goes to like the neighborhood community meetings and I know you. Like, the ideas are scary in a vacuum to some people. I don't think any of them are really particularly scary. Most of our positions, if not all of them, are fairly mainstream, especially among Democratic voters. And that's kind of the thing that drives me a little, that should drive people crazy, is like, they don't know who their voters are. They don't know who their voters are because they're so insular. Like, this goes back to the point where I said earlier, they're so insular that they don't know who their voters are. And their voters are with DSA. Like, I go back to the poll that I shared in your Discord a month or two ago. DSA is more popular amongst Democratic voters than the Democratic Party is amongst Democratic voters.
It's true.
And I think that they really try to play it up a lot in what we are, but people are looking to a new sort of politics and not also I think, like, honestly, Trump being the existence of establishment conservative type politics has just soured any of the former moderates into becoming like liberals or leftists.
Yeah, I mean it's what is it? Evelyn Normie Lib.
Evelyn Normie.
Yeah.
And like literally like I'll going back to the post I'd like to share of like some middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s at like a No Kings protest. Caitlin Bennett is like talking to her, like this is just like a woman who like oh, actually better example. So I saw a post on Blue Sky of like a very typical normie, a very normie DFL volunteer. She said, "I knocked doors constantly for Clinton in 2016," and I can't say what she said on Blue Sky about ICE. I can't say it on your stream.
Yeah.
I won't say it, but that's where that's Evelyn Normie Lib is very real.
Oh, yeah, no, like it's genuinely crazy. I don't think the Democratic Party at large truly understands how angry people are right now and how truly dissatisfied they are.
It's actually kind of a curveball because like you'll be like in a DSA group or like a Discord and like we have to like be very specific about not fed posting. You go to like the local like bridge club with the grandmas and you'll hear the most wild stuff you would get banned on all social media for just like out of pocket randomly about what like you say, hey grandma, what do you think about ICE? And like, let me tell you.
Back in my day, it is interesting because also what is interesting to me is that oftentimes when mainstream media tries to like do a report on DSA or something, like they will focus on kind of those minority ideological voices within DSA that say shocking things, like, you know, kind of like the wing of the DSA that might be considered like tanky or tanky adjacent.
Yeah.
They'll be like, oh, you should be scared of them, and I'm like, you need to go to get like your local nursing home and go to the liberal nursing home with the poker game, because like they're saying things that would genuinely like make a tanky stop short. It's
Yeah, because yeah, and I also think like it took a while to get to this place. Like even in 2020, like the last 6 years ago, which isn't that long in the grand scheme of politics. Even in 2020, the big majority of voters identified as moderate, and like I can't remember the actual numbers, but I think it was like as many voters identified as liberal as identified as conservative, or I think the lowest of moderate, liberal, and conservative, the lowest percentage was liberal, I think in 2016 and maybe even in 2020. And now it's like 60 or 65% identify as like the liberal, like the left option,
yeah.
as for Democratic voters. And I also think I think people are really mad for some of the reasons I've already mentioned, but also I think like one thing that is really like Trump centers all the worst of America that is still America, but all the worst of America. Trump embodies all of it. And the people that embody the best of America want to not be that. And right now, the only people who have been pushing back against Trump is DSA and progressive candidates. And mostly because the liberals, or like, you know, I would classify them as like neoliberals because they're basically conservatives masquerading as moderates, like the Ezra Kleins and whatever, abundance libs. You go out and like look at, like, I followed someone who was snooping in at their conference. Like, they are just conservatives, and they agree with Trump on like most things because the money agrees with Trump on most things. And I think that isn't talked about enough how much just a couple rich billionaire assholes are buying opinions and opinions from Democrats too. Like, this is the
Yeah.
only, I imagine that this is the only reason Democrats are going anti-trans, because there is a lot of money behind anti-trans politics. Like, Aaron Reed reported one of the detransition grifters who was getting paid like $200,000 a year from one of the organizations that bankrolls her.
Yeah.
$200,000 to do what? To go to a couple speeches at city councils and state houses a year. A couple.
Yeah.
And that's one organization that's paying her. Like, there's a lot of money behind this. The difference is we have the people and we have the arguments. They just have the money in soulless. Like, also, I think like that's honestly another version. Back history. I grew up in a very Catholic family. Most of the wokeness in my rhetoric and ideological frameworks are built on a foundation of understanding. My priest always talked about how rich people like don't seek salvation and whatnot, because they're selfish and aren't helping other people with their wealth. There is an understanding with the greater like Americans, like the majority of them, are starting to understand that there's at least like, if not a religious undertone, like a spiritual, like you're selling your, like the old trope of selling yourself soul to the devil. Like, this is what it feels like to sell yourself to Trump. It's like selling yourself to the devil. Like, this is just metaphors and everything. But like, I think there's a specific American undertone of bowing to Trump and kissing the ring of Trump is like a betrayal of who you should feel as an American who believes in the multicultural project that we proclaim to be for.
And I think that a lot of people, and this is just from, brief insights I've had with folks who are in positions of political power, but it is, I think, shocking how cheaply some politicians sell themselves. Like, I think a lot of people are like, oh, it takes a huge amount of money to buy a politician, and it really doesn't. It, like, they will like sell for, like, if you give them like $5,000, a lot of them will just be like, yeah, I'll meet with you personally for an hour. And billionaires obviously have a lot of $5,000 that they can throw around to different political people and different political races, and so they get a lot more time than your average Joes. And if they get it in their heads that, like, oh well, I'm a billionaire and I just don't like, my trans daughter, uh they will then throw, $200 million, $300 million, $500 million around like it's nothing, just because they've gotten it into their head that, like, hey, maybe we should try passing some anti-trans laws. And when you have that amount of money like flowing into politics, it buys a lot of politicians on both sides. Like, neither the Democrats nor the Republicans are really immune from this, which is one of the reasons why I've always seen DSA as a particularly useful organization, because it is a base of power that is not able to be touched by that money. Because of its decentralized nature. Like, you can't really buy, the kind of political power that you would need within DSA. As opposed with politicians, you don't have to buy off necessarily all the voters in order to get something passed. You just have to buy off one politician and then buy some ad space.
Yeah, and how do I put it? I've come to understand a little bit deeper knowledge of how people like win elections and whatnot. Getting into a little bit of like the nitty gritty power structures things. everyone forms their coalition in some way. I think Trump was unique in able, like, the reason Trump was able to bring in new people who hadn't like voted before, or like were maybe Democrats in the past who just became MAGA, was like a little bit of a two-parter. One parter was straight up like Nazis and like fascists who thought Republicans were too light in the past. There's a not Frontline. I think Vice did a documentary on neo-Nazis, a neo-Nazi group. This was years ago, but like they interviewed like a founder of like some neo-Nazi party in the 80s, and he said like at the end of the documentary, like he said, "I've never believed in politicians until Trump." Also, the other part that's not so like serious about it, but also like Trump really has collectivized an entire group of people who all have a shared grievance. There's a reason I call the Republican Party now the party of divorced dads, estranged parents, and I forget what the other one is. But like these are people who felt they've been wronged by like their woke kid or their wife or husband who left them, and like Trump always says they're coming to meet, they're coming to get you because but I'm the only thing standing in their way. And Trump's got like the negative riz about it. Like it's I call MAGA a collective cult of shared grievances.
Yeah, it's the political party of your drunk uncle on Thanksgiving or your drunk aunt on Thanksgiving who's just like, I'm telling it like it is. And it's worth remembering that there are a whole lot more people in your family than just your drunk uncle. And if you guys all get together, you can, in fact, be more powerful than one drunk guy at Thanksgiving. I believe in America.
Yeah, and like that's another thing. Is like I've even seen this. I've seen this in like I don't want to call them institutions. I say them mild conflicts internally in DSA, where a small faction of people are very loud and bombacious about it, and then when the vote comes up, they don't have the votes and they fail. And I think that's something we always have to remember as organizers. Is there, and this is unfortunately stealing a quote from Reagan, silent majority.
Yeah.
Because it's true. When someone is loud and saying their opinion, like this is kind of how like tankies get more of a say in DSA, or like get more heard than what they actually represent in DSA, is because you'll hear people speak bravely and boldly about issue. But is that opinion held by the majority of people there? Like, I think that's something that we have on our side, not just in DSA with the people who want to do the good work and not get caught up in internal fighting. I don't think even like, I think like over 90%, over 95%. I have not I've run into maybe a very, very small handful that I can maybe count on my one hand, who have like actually been like problematic DSA people. And I've met hundreds and hundreds. But as for Americans, yeah, like go to your family dinner, like think about the last drunken uncle who ranted about like their wife leaving them, or like being called racist for like saying something racially offensive at the grocery store or something. Contrast that with thinking how many of your relatives just were quiet and didn't want to say anything. That happens more than you like. Not more than you like. That happens more than you think it would happen in everything. And that's because like I do have a general good faith. Like I don't have experience talking to many people in other countries, but like I have a good opinion of the median American, as much as the median American who's propped up in our politics is often not the median American.
Yeah. So for folks who have never been to a DSA meeting before, but who have been thinking about it, who've been wondering about it, but it's like a scary prospect, can you walk folks through the process of what is the going to your first meeting? What does it look like?
So One, I would say try to show up a few minutes early. Not too early. You want to make sure the building you're meeting at is open. And since Twin Cities DSA's general meetings, we say when the doors open. Most chapters, I don't think, do that, but show up a couple minutes early. Try to talk to some people, introduce yourself. General body meetings don't typically, even larger chapters, go have everyone introduce themselves because there's so many people there. But if they do introductions, we usually do name, pronouns, some icebreaker like what is your favorite flavor ice cream, or like what city council district do you live in, or whatever. And like things like that. And like if that's all you're doing and you're not speaking up in the meeting and just want to listen in, that's fine. We follow a thing that's called Robert's Rules of Order. Your mileage may vary depending on chapter, how closely they follow the procedure, but you should follow it.
I do want to say on that point, there is a Dungeons and Dragons based game designed to teach you Robert's Rules of Order. I forget exactly what it's called.
Called Rules. It's called Rules and Roberts, and I can literally bring up the link. if you Google Rules and Roberts, it'll be like the first result on the itch.io space.
Yeah,
it's
there
free
we
to
go.
download. But like, meetings always have like a planned agenda that are usually planned in some format before by like the general meeting planning committee, or sometimes it's like an open discussion. And there'll be a facilitator of the meeting who goes down the agenda and like speaks on things. What we do is we do a thing called progressive stack, or stack. It's where in virtual, if you're like on Zoom, you can type the word stack in chat and wait to be called on to speak on an issue that's ongoing, like one of the agenda items that's being talked about, or raise your hand and they'll call on you when they're ready. I've not had a couple things you should know about being on stack to be cordial, because we're all respecting each other's time by being there and not going over our time. You want to speak it to the thing called wait, why am I talking? You want to make sure that you're not repeating a bunch of info unless you're saying I echo that, but, and then you say something else that to add to the conversation. And you want to make sure you know why you're speaking and not just speaking to speak. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't give your opinion, because it's good to have discourse in your chapter's conversation. But that's to say you don't want to keep repeating the same things and going in a circle, because I've been in meetings like that, and let me tell you, people don't want to come back to meetings after they've been at one of those.
True.
But like after that, like this is why, again, going back to what I said, go in person, because after the meeting is adjourned, hang out, talk to people. Someone say something interesting, talk to them. Speak to the facilitator or someone who introduced themselves as the leader of a working group or committee that you're interested in. Say, I want to get interested on XYZ issue. How can I get plugged in? And they will help direct you. Usually the facilitator is a chapter leader of some sort, or at least knows enough about the chapter's ongoings to point you to who to talk to. But like, you're not going to have those conversations if you're not going in person. I understand people want to maintain distance, either like they can't get to a meeting on time, they're busy, they live an hour away from the meeting space and can't make it. That's fine. However, if there's a social going on the calendar, you should go to that. Schedule time for that. I have a calendar on my phone that I follow religiously. That is the only thing that keeps me on track of doing things, and I do a heck of a lot. I mean, like literally just said, I came in from work to a organizing event to learn about how the Minneapolis police are screwing over the city's budget. And then I came here and was late because and I had to grab fast food on the way to the things. So like, yeah, you do a lot. My calendar keeps me in case for that. But like, you want to be able to go to these socials, have the conversations you need with people. And it's all about like, if you mess up and someone tells you, hey, that wasn't cool that you said, just be like, okay, I'm sorry. I'll work on it or do better and do better.
Yeah.
I mean, like we're people, we make honest mistakes. And as long as you're when it comes to critiquing other people's takes, opinions, positions, we do have in our community guidelines, always assume they're coming from a good faith position. Like if someone's saying, I don't support that, and this is why. You don't want to say, I think you don't support that issue because you work with that person and you just don't want to support it because they don't support it. Like you want to assume that what they're saying is what they're saying, because it's like 99.99% of the time they're like being honest. Like this is how you organize. Like people come in with differences of opinions. You want to come with the understanding that people are going to disagree, but they're going to disagree and be cordial about it and not like name call.
Yeah.
I've seen name calling. It's not taking well. Name calling will earn you like a mark of Cain and get like marked by like, oh, like people are going to remember you if you're being in bad faith critiques. Like I think even though most people don't like fully made like have read the community guidelines or anything, we all understand it because we're all people.
Yeah. And it is one of those things where like I know that there are some people who haven't developed their social skills and are a bit clunky when they deliver, what they believe and interact in meetings and are in the process of developing those skills. But like I do think it is important to reiterate that you should be treating everyone in good faith and with kindness, because genuinely this is about building not just a political movement, but a community. And when you're in community with other people, sometimes people will rub one another the wrong way. That's pretty natural. But being able to approach those differences with kindness goes a long way to winning people over. Because also, the people who are showing up aren't there to make a quick buck. They're there because they care about, the local area and want to make it better. And so it's I think that there are some people who approach joining DSA like they are about to go into like a street fight or something, and that's not what it's like at all.
No, like this comes to my not inevitable. This comes to my nonstop growing hatred of terminal online brain. I'm very online. However, that said, my organizing does not happen online because there is like a specific mindset of like how you organize in the real world to make a real change is not how you get people to like you online. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like you want to like politics in its nature is about relationship building. Like we can all say like, oh, so and so is only supporting issue because they give them a lot of money or because of this. People end up switching to other positions because they have relationships with people. Sometimes that relationship is because they got like a bad guy who gets them donations and will support said issues. However, that said, I do want to put it at there are going to be politicians who take positions that surprise you when you talk to them. Like, I just want to give like an example. The politician that you see in the headlines on some position or said one cherry pick quote is probably not the politician you will talk to one-on-one. and maybe that politician is just BSing you. But especially the more local you get, the more serious, like one-on-one, like they'll listen to you and take your opinion seriously. And also, like, I think that is one thing that I always try to encourage people, like, to door knock for candidates. Like, there's a reason I bring up door knocking to like the queer organizers in the Twin Cities DSA. I'm like, look, I know we're very often let down by what elected officials are doing to the trans and queer community.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're door knocking with them and talking to their candidates and talking to their staff and talking to the people they're going to be bringing to City Hall or State House and their staff, you're going to be having conversations and building connections and hopefully getting contact information and staying in contact with them so that you can talk to them and make sure that they know that person door knocked with me and I got to stick up for that person who told me that story about them. Like, when you're walking in between doors, you're having conversations with the person you're paired canvassing with. You're going to be telling them about your story and like what issues you care about. Like, this is how you even like develop pitches at door knocks. Like, I've brought in positions to people who I've helped run for office. They're like, yeah, I took the list of ideas you had for our chapter and just like put it as like a platform. Like, what? Okay, thank you. But I mean, but yeah, like you'd be shocked how you'd also be shocked how how certain politicians who have certain reputations are hearsay and not accurate. Politicians who say they're well liked and they're progressive and no one wants to go after them.
Yeah.
Oh no, like you go and run a candidate and you'll have conversations and you'll hear things. Seen it happen.
Well, and
I don't have time to go into details of the first campaign I ran, but oh yeah, I've seen where perceived reputation among the hearsay and amongst the citizens of the area conflicts with what people really think of him.
yeah. And it's also interesting because you mentioned, when you're doing door knocking and, socializing with folks, door knocking either within DSA or door knocking alongside candidates in the local Democratic Party, like that's leveraging another kind of power. And I think it's often a very undervalued type of power when it comes to politics, but like genuinely, especially when you're talking local level politics, that kind of social interaction and connection does sometimes shift people, is sometimes an important component of where they stand on different political issues. And being out there and being visible and being vocal helps to build that power, especially if you can do it in like a kind and friendly way, develop some of that DSA riz.
Yeah, people don't like to be yelled at the internet. Yelling at a politician online is not going to get you anywhere. Ratioing may get you the numbers on the algorithm, but it's not going to change their mind. I think there is a place in internet organizing. I think the place in that is different than what most people think. It's like building followings and connecting. What you want to do in internet organizing at all, if you're doing it, is you want to know who locally in your district is following who for their news and updates. Example, your city, your district likely, especially like your city, if you're in a bigger city or even like a district, will have neighborhood associations, organizations, podcasts, literally like they're podcasters in like literally like just Minneapolis that cover hyper local stuff, and people who post clips. Like they're citizen journalists who have larger followings than you would imagine based on like. Also, here's another thing that I think really needs to get to through everyone's head. People who have large numbers of follows, what won't matter if those followers aren't in the district that you're running in.
Mm-hmm.
So, example, local podcaster in Minneapolis, Wedge Live, may have like a couple thousand followers on Blue Sky. Like, well, why would I go to them instead of like go to some streamer with 10 like 50,000 follows on Blue Sky or whatever? I'm like, okay, but how many of the followers on the bigger platform can vote for me
Yeah.
versus how many followers on the smaller platform can vote for me? That's the issue that Texas Democrats have been running into for 20 years. They get all these donations and all this support from people outside of Texas, but they don't get the Texas support. And I think Tallarico is changing that, so I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
However, that said, that is why Texas Democrats keep getting all this money raised and all this publicity, but never amounts to winning.
I think you're 100% correct there. And we have a couple questions from the audience here.
I got all night, so ask away.
Yeah, Super Jet Guy asks, how is DSA going to navigate the political question these few years leading up to 2028 on the endorsement of AOC and balancing the interests of the independence of the DSA movement without getting co-opted by the state when/if AOC were president?
That's the $1,000,000 question, and Super Jet Guy and I talk sometimes about DSA stuff. He's very smart with this, and he's very in the know of national DSA stuff, maybe even more than I am. But it's going to be very messy, and it's already gotten messy. And right now, if you want to have the influence on what the process looks like with an AOC endorsement, right now, I guess you need to be involved with your chapter and be having conversations with your chapter on what that's going to look like. Because the National Political Committee right now is in the last meeting was very, very not. It was a bit of a mess. Caucuses disagreeing, people feeling upset. There are people being very rude. I'm not going to attack anyone because I feel everyone's coming at it with their own perspective. I will say there is a justified worry that DSA will just be AOC's campaign. That's all it's going to end up being for like 2028. I think DSA has always been more than that and will continue to be more than that. And that's why I think you need to get involved now and organize your chapter now so that you have the foundations built to withstand just dealing with the ups of an AOC run and then the fall offs when she's not running.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened with Bernie's first two campaigns. We saw an increase in membership when Bernie ran, and when Biden won, went down until Trump won again, and then went up.
Yep.
We have built a much more sustainable model of organizing lately that I think has weathered the storm in a way that the big drop off of members in the past caused harm with. also, like, it just comes back to what I said earlier in the interview, how we're much more serious and much more with like a foundational practice of organizing. We have more experience in how to do serious on the ground organizing, mass organizing. There's I don't know what the endorsement is going to look like for AOC. I think it's going to be messy.
Oh, it's almost certainly going to be messy.
It's already messy. I'm worried it's going to get more messy. However, it's where the Shimps caucus comes into handy, Jack.
Let's
So,
go.
if you're in DSA, you need to start getting involved with your chapter now, because starting December this year, January next year, they are going to your chapter, very likely is going to be picking out delegates to go to the national 2027 DSA convention in Chicago. If you want to be a delegate there, you're going to want to have enough name recognition in your chapter. You're going to want to have done organizing enough for your chapter to trust you to be a delegate at national. And you're going to have to know how to ask for people to vote for you and have a speech for you at the delegate selection. Those are 3 things that can be hard to task up with in 5 months.
But now would be a great time because we're right before the midterms.
Exactly. And a lot of people are focused on that stuff, but like where you start building those social skills and building those connections. And honestly, like going to national DSA all these shots, some people just don't want to do it. And like some of our strongest organizers in your chapter just don't want to do it and don't go. So you may have like an easy road to go where like you only have to get in like the top 50% of votes. It happens. I was an alternate to the 2023 convention. I went my old chapter. It was a great time. I don't know if you were even streaming in 20. No, you were.
I was very tiny.
Very tiny. Yeah. But if you want to be a shimp at the DSA convention and may actually I would like to actually have a number of shimps at the national DSA convention that resembles a pseudo caucus of sorts, because that would be really funny if we have more delegates at the national DSA convention than some caucuses that are considered contenders.
And to be very clear, we have almost 100 people from this community who've signed up to be in DSA.
Yep, I'm actually digging out the signal count right now. 70 members. I think I have like 1 or 2 invites to catch up on, which if anyone's DM'd me about DSA and I haven't gotten back to you today, like I said, I've been busy all day.
and for those of you who are wondering what we're talking about, the people who have signed up for DSA because of this show also can join an informal signal chat to talk with other folks who have joined up with DSA and talk organizing strategy, all that jazz, get advice, chill, hang out, share memes, whatever. So you're more than welcome to join up. You just have to reach out to Christina.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We also we've been meeting formally once a month, usually at the last weekend or last weekend or second to last weekend of the month. We're meeting Sunday virtually, of course, at 6 Central Time. Get in the single chat and put your item on the agenda. You can give updates about your chapter or ask questions, and I'll be facilitating the meeting. Just for context, we're not an official caucus because we would need points of unity or anything. I call us a pseudo caucus because it's funnier to call us a caucus even though we're
not. People also want to. 3 people have said that they think your hair looks great.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you.
There's also a question here from My Life is a Dumpster Fire. How to go about building or getting momentum with DSA in a red state? I feel like that's a great question.
So I used to live in a red state. You're going to be running into a couple very specific obstacles. specifically preemption. As much as it would be cool to get your own like DSA mayor in a red state, I learned this lesson when I lived in Indiana. Red states, and this actually started badly. Like the trend started really badly in Indiana, so I am familiar with this mode of operating. If you get a DSA mayor in your state and it's a red state, that state house is going to preempt that mayor from doing anything good. That is the organizing principles of red states. They crack down on anything good a city tries to do. That said, there are ways to work around this. That means you need to get power in your state legislator. That is harder because flipping a city council seat is a lot easier than flipping a state house seat. Also, I can imagine the Democrat caucus you're going to be working with is going to be more conservative. Who knows? It could be better, just not as many members because of gerrymandering. I've seen, let's put it this way, Indiana Democrats are like Minnesota Republicans, like really bad.
Yeah.
Like Indiana Democrats are like really bad. I will say, having seen ran an election and wanted to see what organizing is like, you're gonna want someone in office in the state legislature who's a DSAer to be very willing and patient with people. You're going to be organizing with people you disagree with. Even if you're in like a blue city in a blue state, when you come in as your first DSA candidate, you could be in the ideological minority, and you got to learn where you can work with people.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing about relationship building, is you want to be able to work with people where you agree on. I organize with a lot of people who I may have fundamental disagreements on, or on like ideology, philosophy, opinions on so-and-so topic. We work together well because we organize on the greater picture, especially on things we both want to tackle. Another one of our co-chairs is like an anarchist. Like, they do disagree with me on some fundamental principles of things, I'm sure, but we like are really good buddies in everything. Like, we are really good at we're really good at working together, and we really do respect each other's work a lot. Even like in terms of maybe ideological disagreements, we can kind of just bury that and like, there's like, it's like these aren't fundamental disagreements that I have. Like, it's more like, here's the level of like ideal society that we want to get to, and like here's where we're operating on them. Where can we agree and get forward? Like, this is how like bipartisan legislation historically works. You're just doing a bipartisan with the DSA progressive side and the Democrat side, like the conservative side. In a blue state. In a red state, you're gonna have to find a work with Republicans. Funny enough, saying that your state house representative or your city councilor can be bought off with such little money, they can also be swayed with a good conversation with someone who just butters them up and tells them they're a good boy.
That is very true.
You may get Republicans to vote for things that you like. And that is because, how do I put it? There are an arguably large amount of Republicans in your state legislature who hate Trump and hate their voters. But they don't say it because Trump will throw a primary at them if they go against him. Little inside baseball, heard a conversation from the counselor who I helped win elections say he had just been at an event where like he saw, or maybe it was someone who was telling it secondhand from some stories from told him, but state senator comes out of a conversation, giving a speech and talking about how like MAGA and Trump and all that, comes back and goes, I hate Trump. I hate that fucking guy. He sucks. And then like my comments like, you just said you loved him. What the fuck? Like these people are like Republicans. Like they're seriously scum of the earth when it comes to that. But when you're doing the state legislative stuff that Trump is too soup for brain to give a shit about and doesn't see it go through his true social feed, it's where you can maneuver to do some good change.
Yeah, because there is a lot more flexibility among Republicans on the local level. Like on the national level, a lot of Republicans are fully entrenched. They know that they're under a microscope, and if they say anything, do anything wrong, they're gonna feel some wrath. But on the local level, like city council position, or like a mayor, or even like a state representative, you can get a lot more flexibility. And I think that a lot of it is also oriented around kind of like in Wisconsin. We have a DSA candidate running for governor in Wisconsin who has a real shot of winning.
Francesca Long.
Yeah, love her. But
We had members, Twin Cities DSA members, go out to Wisconsin to door knock for I think a week ago.
hell yeah, love it. But a lot of that is born out of prolonged and consistent organizing under Wisconsin as a red state. It built the framework and built the foundation to run someone like Francesca, and like it's great. So you can think of it as a losing battle in the short term, maybe, if you're really down on it, but you can also think of it as a long-term investment in the success of the DSA project.
Yeah, and to tell another story that I popped into my head, about local politicians being way more movable than you may imagine. So the city I lived in, like it was gerrymandered to be super majority Democrat. Obviously, it's one of the biggest city in the state at the time. We had a DSA candidate. He didn't like make it publicly, like because we weren't good with social media at the time or anything. But we endorsed him and not endorsed him and everything. He didn't win, but he talked with the Republican who beat him, and I recall him saying stuff like, "Yeah, he's like all for bike lanes and like wanting to support our immigrant businesses and immigrant communities." I'm like, bro, why are you a Republican? Like, it is like, and then like at the same time, like another Republican was just like, in like these are like districts that weren't different. Like the other Republican was just like, I hate trans people. I hate all these degenerates. It's like you'd be surprised where you can work with politicians, and also like politics are always more interesting the more local it gets, because you see some like let's see some ridiculous things or hear some crazy things. It's almost like seeing a sideshow some days. Your local politics. You definitely want to know like who's your local news people to follow, like who's like even like the local mainstream newspapers are often a good way to start, even though a lot of them are like more conservative, corporate owned. Still like, especially if there's like citizen beat journalists who cover local stuff. Bloggers often are good at that. But you don't want to be covering someone. You never want to be following someone covering national news for your local area, unless they're like at like a cell of the national outlet for your city.
Yeah. Superjet Guy also wants to know, what titles do you currently hold in Twin Cities DSA?
Queer Liberation Working Group co-chair. Been there and I was Socialist and Office Committee co-chair in 2025, and then just ended up going to Queer Liberation Working Group co-chair because there was an open spot, and felt like I needed a leadership position. I'm still involved in the socialist and office stuff. I've had many conversations with elected officials. And with people you've shared content from, Jack. So.
Also, we got some folks wondering. I'm not entirely sure what this means. Rusty wants to ask question: how should people target their donation?
I guess it could be a couple questions. If Rusty means membership, like DSA membership, your chapter gets a dues cut from nationals, like the dues you pay through dsausa.org/join. That's in the !DSA command. I share that like 30% of that goes to your local chapter if your chapter has dues shares connection set up with their local bank account, which any chapter of small, moderate to large size has their own bank account. I would suggest giving, like, we have a thing called the 1% for the 99%. They're called solidarity dues. You can put like how much money you make per hour or per year, and it'll calculate how much dues is like 1% of your income that you can pay monthly to DSA, and like that's 1% for the 99% to do socialism. Like that's always a good method. I think there's like you can do 1%, 2%, or 3% to DSA. I've done 1% before I ended up transitioning and having to change emails, and at that time, DSA's only method of changing membership status was canceling your membership and signing up under a new email. But they fixed that like a couple years ago. So you can change your email if you want to. And you can always sign up with your chosen name if you want to. If you are trans or queer or just want a different name, you just fill out in the personal info what you want to be called, and the billing info is just what's on your card. And if you're getting dead named in emails and you want your name updated in like DSA emails, there's a let's post the link in YouTube chat.
Yeah.
I've had to share this a couple times with trans people because I ran into their dead names on it, and they've been forever grateful of it. It says changing mailing address, but as long as you're using the email you signed up for dues with, you can overwrite all the rest of the information. Just use the same email address you signed up with. And there's a link at the top that says if you want to change your email address, there's another form you can use. So if you signed up thinking you had to sign up your member name as your legal name, you don't have to if you haven't changed it. So
that's awesome. Well, you have been very generous with your time. We've gone over. We're almost at an hour and a half. But I do want to give you the last word. Just whatever you would like to say about DSA.
Yeah. Couple of things I like to always give like a pitch for. Like, seriously, like when I came to DSA, I was a college student who had no formation of political organizing. I watched YouTubers and had opinions and ideas. I stuttered through my speech and introductions. I kept showing up because I kept believing that things could be better. Things didn't feel like they changed much for a while. We met at a rundown Union Hall building. Posters on the wall were there for like 30 years. There was probably mold in the walls at some point. Like half the chairs were missing the seats because they were busted. There was no heat. There was no AC. I suffered through going through those meetings because I believed there was a better tomorrow. And it was just something to give myself an idea of like, I want to do something and make a difference in the world. Your meeting space is not going to be that trashy. But for the first couple years, it felt like nothing was getting accomplished. Like you feel like you're just pushing up, doing nothing for no reason. eventually you start having conversations and coming up with ideas and knowing who to talk to, doing the trainings from DSA National, dsausa.org/training, schedule a training with your chapter. Talk with your chapter leaders about getting these scheduled. You'll be having those conversations, and slowly they'll start playing out in things like, what if we run this campaign? What if we run this person from office? How do we do that? How can DSA National train us on getting able to do that? You'll start to see wins. It's like the old Nelson Mandela quote. Everything feels impossible until it is done. And that's like really like the mode of organizing that I've often feeling like I'm in. Like there's like, you're going to feel like nothing gets accomplished for a while at meetings and stuff, but eventually you do get those wins and you're able to be like, hey, I did that. And eventually if you're socially anxious, you'll start giving your opinion more at meetings. You'll realize it's easier to talk to people and develop riz and talk to people, and that social anxiety will break down over time and you'll become more friendly with people. You'll meet your comrades and go out to social events, hang out and like get pizza or go to chapter picnic or whatever. The social and socialism. The important thing is to never give up. I took a short break from DSA when I got laid off my job in COVID and was trying to worry about the state of the world at the time. I didn't cancel my dues because I still believed in the movement. That's why I've paid dues for 8 years straight, even when I was really broke. Because as long as you have that sense of hope and that it's never so over, there's a way to find that road to a better tomorrow. A better world is possible, but we have to make it a better world. And I really appreciate what you're doing, Jack, preaching DSA. I've not found a community that's been so willing and understanding, much less a streamer who'd care more about the world than their own viewers. So Shim's meeting is Sunday at 6:00, but you have to be a DSA member and get in the Signal chat. So reach out to me on DSA after joining DSA. My username is GamerG, and I know you got a show to do, Jack, and I'll pop in chat. Thank you, everyone. And if anyone wants to know where my flag is, I got it custom made from a graphic I found on Reddit. So they don't sell it anywhere. It's one of a kind.
Hell
anyway,
yeah.
If anyone has any questions, I may not be quick to respond lately with how busy I am, but I will respond and I'll get to you about DSA or questions. And I'll see you all on the Sunday meeting.
Thank you so much for being so generous with your time. I know you're busy like nonstop, so I very much appreciate you making time to talk tonight.
If you ever like want to have another chat, just give me a heads up, like a couple weeks, and I can schedule something. Always feel free to give you time, Jack. I wouldn't give it to any other streamer. So
well, thank you.
I mean, Vosh offered to have me on a show, and I ended up not going on because something came up, and I just realized it wasn't worth it.
Well, thank you so much for making time for us, and appreciate you. Stay safe. Stay strong.
Stay safe, Jack. And, I know you've been going through a lot too, so take care.
It's true. Thank you so much. Talk to you probably in chat shortly.
Heck yeah.
Thank you so
Solidarity.
much. Hell yeah. There we go. What a lovely conversation, folks. I hope that demystified DSA for a lot of you guys, because it is I think it can be really scary. There are a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of misinformation, disinformation going around right now, especially around DSA. And I think that conversation shed a lot of light on what it actually means to be part of DSA, what DSA actually does, what DSA has been doing to become one of the most influential socialist organizations to ever exist in the United States. So, folks, show that solidarity. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA in particular, and build that local political power, because we are building it for a reason. We are building it to make the world a better place, but not just the world in the abstract, not just the country in the abstract, but building that political power so you can use it on a local level to make your neighborhood, your town, your city, your state better. We had someone in chat just the other day talking about how America was the best country that ever was or will be, but completely rejected the idea of ever making any kind of improvement to it whatsoever. And I think that that's truly the death of imagination. That's the death of, ambition. And that's the death of, what it means to be a human being. So always seek to better yourself, your community, your neighborhood, all that jazz. And one of the best vehicles to do that is DSA. So folks, get involved. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy, reach out for help with DSA in particular, and reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, because folks, together, when we organize like that, we're basically unstoppable. It's why the mainstream media is high-key terrified of socialists getting elected or democratic socialists being elected. So I really appreciate a longtime organizer within DSA coming on to answer questions and talk about the organization. And I do hope you will take the opportunity to get involved. And if you do get involved, join the DSA Shimp Caucus, the informal DSA Shimp Caucus, by reaching out to Dragonfly, Gamergy, Dragonfly. That is not DSA. As far as I know. Wait, Dragonfly, have you joined DSA? We gotta get you in DSA too. Anyway, all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Yes, you are in DSA? Alright, cool. Hell yeah. And leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about this conversation in the comments. And last but not least, check out ImagineOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, and non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. Dragon G. There we go. Nailed it. But we just got a full restock for Imogene Olivia. Got 2 new sizes. Got a new color. Go check it out. ImagineOlivia.com. And let's keep on going. Oh, and there's a link down in the doobly doo. There you go. Fucking up the outro. Gamerfly, assemble. So beautiful and powerful. I've been paying my dues since Dump took office. Only attended 1 meeting here in suburban Minnesota, but now I obviously need to do more. Hell yeah, Zillybane. Or Zillybane. Appreciate you. You heard about the bill to integrate the U.S. and Israeli militaries? I did. We might be talking about it tonight. Goodbye, SpanComcat. Do 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 do. Any news on Medicaid not being funded? God, I mean, Donald Trump and the Trump administration want to try and cut off Medicaid to Minnesota. Again, we'll see. To integrate what? We'll talk about it. Don't worry. Have the wildfires in Canada stopped? No. Wait, what? We are Israel's army now? Look, we'll talk about it. Now, folks, if you got anything out of the show so far, we've been going for about 2 hours, believe it or not. If you've been enjoying the program, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks financially supporting the stream. So just remember, this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. And without further ado, it's time to click the goddamn button.
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button.
Good night, Andrew S.
Click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button. Click, click, click,
button. God. You know what? We'll kick off this part of stream. Just as an FYI, we are at 71 subs. So if you guys would like to support the show, do consider dropping those subs and donuts. Squirter General, is Mitch McConnell pushing up daisies? Yup. I mean, I think so. Thank you for the $6.66 dono. Let's go. No. Jacqueline Fox, thank you for subscribing. Let me re-enable alerts here. There we go. Alerts should be going off now when people make those subs and donos. That's my bad. That's my bad, everybody. Ba-ba-ba-ba-dum, boom, boom, ba-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. There we go. Ah. All right. Let's do this real quick. Also, Nindreen, how does my hair look so nice? I put hairspray in it last night and then I didn't wash it yet. So it's just it's just kind of doing its own thing, quite literally. That's my secret cap. All right. So, let's do this. So, folks, I can't believe we're still doing this, but we need another Mitch McConnell update. You know, imagine there's some kind of staccato breaking news sound inserted here. And so despite the fact that it's been almost, I think, over a month now since Mitch McConnell went dark, Andy Bashir today still hasn't heard from Mitch McConnell. Not a single thing. Not a peep. You going to be able to play
Governor
this clip?
Andy Bashir says he still hasn't heard from Senator Mitch McConnell directly.
We haven't received an email, a call, and Mitch McConnell works for the people of Kentucky. And if any of us couldn't show up to work for a month, we'd have to call our boss. We'd have to explain what's going on and when we'll get back. And that's all we're asking from a senator. And if he can make a call to his political operatives and spend 15 or 20 minutes, call into a news station and spend 4 or 5. Just let people know you're okay. And this rampant speculation is so wild. He has a chance to end it.
In a social media post about 10 days ago, McConnell said a fall last month led to his
It's been over a week since he released this photo, and we still aren't hearing about him or from him. That's weird, guys.
Hospitalization, and he's undergoing physical therapy. The senator also said he had a mild case of pneumonia while in the hospital.
Like, that's what we're getting, right? This is where we're at. This is from yesterday. What's going on today? Mitch McConnell's hometown paper publishes scathing pre-obituary. The Louisville Courier Journal published a piece reflecting on the 84-year-old's career, even though McConnell is still alive. Is he, though? Like, is he? Let's take a look. With McConnell allegedly on the mend, I figured I'd go ahead and tell you what I think about him now. When no one can complain, how dare you write that about a dead guy? Man, they love him. What an upstanding guy. Following the unexpected death of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham on July 11th, it seemed any criticism of the South Carolinian online garnered the same response. How dare you say that about a guy who just died? Seems like it mattered if the criticism was. It didn't seem like it mattered if the criticism was legitimate or not. Whether it was questioning his sexuality while voting against gay and lesbian rights issues, or whether it was his flip-flopping on Donald Trump and becoming one of his biggest supporters. The reaction from Republicans was largely the same. That got me thinking about Senator Mitch McConnell, who was rumored to be dead or on life support or in a coma or whatever, and was the odds-on favorite to beat Graham to the gates of hell in the days before Graham's death. And so, with Mitch McConnell, I allegedly on the mend, I figured I'd go ahead and tell you what I think about McConnell now, when no one can complain, how dare you write that about a dead guy? And honestly, this is incredible. What an incredible way to send off a terrible prince into that good night. You know? He flipped over his back on his back. No one can get him upright again. Something that I heard another streamer mention is that McConnell has been out and not working for 5 weeks and doesn't have to answer for it, but he keeps getting paid. Other Congress members have done this in the past, yet regular Americans can't just not go to work for weeks and weeks while collecting a paycheck or getting fired. Exactly. You know, like this is insane. This is, you know, Republican Party always talks about, you know, welfare queens living a life of largesse off the taxpayer dime. But, like, genuinely, one, that has always been bullshit. And two, if you want to say it's not bullshit, then clearly the biggest welfare queens of all time are, you know, Republicans who have, like, a health issue. There's that guy who disappeared for 3 months because he had depression and didn't offer any explanation whatsoever. Average working people have to at least say, hey, I'm going into the hospital because I broke my leg or something. You know, it's wild. Anyway, I can't remember if I linked it in YouTube chat. There you go. Here we go. Let me be straight up now. Newspaper staff written obituaries are not intended to eulogize or lionize the dead. They're intended to tell the truth about the recently departed, or the not yet departed in this case, warts and all. And if you want a glowing remembrance of a politician, read the obituary the family writes and pays to put in the newspaper or runs online. So, what to say about Mitch? I wish the late Louisvillian Hunter S. Thompson were still around to tell the story of McConnell, the former Senate Majority Leader, when he passes from the scene. Thompson's obituary upon the death of Richard Nixon was a masterclass in truth-telling. Painted Nixon as a detestable person who he was, who nearly broke the government with his lies and his effort to hold on to power at any cost. And, you know, detestable figure. I do quite like this entire thing. I'm not going to read it out to you, but, like, it's worth noting that we're really at the point where people are running pre-obituaries for Mitch McConnell. We are at the point where people are like, well, this guy seems like he's about dead, so I'm going to write my obituary now before people can get mad that I'm speaking ill of him. I think that this is great. You know, this has been your Mitch McConnell update. Nobody's seen or heard from him. He's still not talking to even the governor of the state he represents. And, I don't know, seems pretty weird. Seems like a pretty transparent ploy to try and hold on to power for the Republican Party. And, yeah, that's where we're at with Mitch McConnell. So, I don't know. If you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs and donos, folks. And get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Make a good organizing choice today. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, last but not least, check out ImageneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a full restock. There is a new color, 2 new sizes. Go check it out, ImageneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. At what point is it considered dereliction of duty? August 3rd is the last day he can be replaced. So I do think that Andy Bashir should replace him on August 3rd if he has not proven that he is capable of doing his job by then. So, all that being said, I have to go to the bathroom so bad. I'm so sorry. I will BRB. And when I get back, we'll continue the show. And while I'm gone, consider supporting the show, because guess what, folks? You guys make this show possible. Could not do it without all you fine folks. And BRB.
right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. It's that Mamdani guy. He's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your aunt. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke gay empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. I spoke with Andrew Cuomo about the need to bring this city together as he called me to concede the race. And I want to thank Brad Landry. Together we have shown the power of the politics of the future. One of partnership and of sincerity. Today, 8 months after launching this campaign, with the vision of a city that every New Yorker could afford, we have won. We have won from Harlem to Bay Ridge. We have won from Jackson Heights to Port Richmond. We have won from Maspin to Chinatown. We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford. A city where they can do more than just struggle. One where those who toil in the night can enjoy the fruits of their labor in the day. Where hard work is repaid with a stable life. Where 8 hours on the factory floor or behind the wheel of a cab is enough to pay the mortgage. It is enough to keep the lights on. It is enough to send your kid to school. Where rent-stabilized apartments are actually stabilized. Where buses are fast and free. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism. To stop mass ICE agents from deporting our neighbors. And to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party. A party where we fight for working people with no apology. A life of dignity should not be reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker. If this campaign has demonstrated anything to the world, it is that our dreams can become reality.
Hello. While I was gone. Also, I'm seeing a lot of people saying the music is so sick. That's brought to us by our very own Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. One of the best music folks in the biz.
I heard we were talking about mechs yesterday.
We were.
Maybe the day before. I listened to them both today. And I am disappointed in everybody that nobody brought up Lancer. Half the mechs have Cthulhu's in them.
Lancer is very cool. Lancer
like
is
the
very,
Pegasus
very
and
cool.
its gun that doesn't exist, and is immune to the rules, and also can get wizard port in every turn.
That's true. Having a tier 3 sub is exactly like that. Not Smart, thank you for the tier 3 sub as well. Look at you go! I think that is the equivalent of 4 subs. Also, Erica, thank you for gifting a sub to Zilly Bane. And how we doing, folks? How we all doing? You doing okay? You eating good? You doing the things? Hello. Thank you, Not Smirt, for supporting the show. Very much appreciate you. I've somehow pissed off Confederates on Facebook there, coming at me at full speed with their walkers and hover rounds. We'll get you. I think I ate some of the lettuce. I'm sick. No! Mitch died as he lived, undermining democracy. Yeah. Also, this shirt is tight in, I think, a very flattering way. But also, it's tight around my arms, and it makes me feel like I just have massive muscles. Like I don't know why. I don't have other shirts that make me feel like this, but like I feel strong when I wear this shirt. It's very fun. Oof. Muscle Mommy Jack, you know, I'm gonna keep pumping that iron, and eventually maybe that will come true. Some shirts are like that. It's true. Is true. Y'all ready to? Because we just are gonna have a show kind of about DSA stuff. I think that'll be fun. Do 5 arm curls. My pleasure. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Y'all ready? Poof. Okay. Folks, it's time. We have to talk about Elon Musk. Let's do it. So, folks, we gotta talk about Elon Musk because dude just doesn't have a lot going on in his life right now. And, you know, he really, really, really needed the Odyssey to flop to make himself feel better. He needed it so badly, he made it his entire personality as of late. And I am excited to share with you what he thought would be better than a Christopher Nolan directed film version of the Odyssey. And Elon decided to go out there and say within a year there would be a feature-length Grok generated film of the Odyssey. And he apparently put together this 3-minute long trailer to show just how good and historically accurate a Grok version of the Odyssey would be. And I just, before we even play this, guys, the Odyssey is a fantasy story. It was a fantasy story at the time it was written. Like, there's no historical accuracy to the Odyssey. Like, I don't know how to really put this other than by referencing the very first work of science fiction ever created, called A True Story. Now, many of you might not have ever heard of this. It was written in the 2nd century AD by a man named Lucian of Samosata, right? And basically, Lucian's version of A True Story, it was meant to be kind of a joke. And it's about someone who flies into space on a ship and encounters essentially a war of space spiders. It's actually kind of cool. But yeah, I would say there is actually a few illustrations floating around of what it might have
How
looked
dare
like.
you? Circe turned those men to pigs in real life, and it was as tragic as they were delicious.
Well, well, there was an artist in the 1850s, or sorry, rather, late 1800s. He was born in the 1850s, late 1800s, early 1900s. And this is his version of what Lucian's story would have looked like at the time. But I want to remind you all, this is not historically accurate because, you know, Lucian wasn't writing a true story. It was about space spiders. It was about... It was meant as a joke. This is the plot. This is actually the plot, right? It opens by saying that the story isn't actually true and everything in it is a lie. Now, I do wish more works of fiction would open up in this way, because I think it would save a lot of conservatives a lot of trouble if works of fiction made sure that you knew that they were lies. But Lucian talks about how he and his fellow adventurers went past the Pillar of Heracles and got hit by a storm, and then they come to an island where the rivers are made out of wine, and there are bears and fish in the rivers, and then they're caught up in a gigantic storm that blows them to the moon, where they find themselves in the middle of a war between the King of the Moon and the King of the Sun. And both armies field bizarre hybrid creatures, different kinds of chimera. Are you showing a picture of my backyard? This is actually, a picture of Australia. This is the average Australian afternoon. When they talk about going to have a barbecue, they actually have to fight their way through all the space spiders, right? But worth noting that, like, people knew that this was not true because it's a fictional work. People back then knew when things were works of fiction.
If the Odyssey isn't true history, how did Poseidon change Snuggin's name from white to whatever color this is?
Not smart. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, and Poseidon, thank you for the providing the name color changes over on riverboat.gg. Now, all this being said, worth noting, Elon Musk doesn't care at all about any of that, and frankly just thinks that his AI technology is the bee's knees. Anyway, let's watch his trailer for a real film.
I must go.
The sea will take you from me.
I will return. I left my one love. An oath called me. Troy. Troy fell. We killed everything. The sea took my ships, my men. days adrift.
It's just like reality. Wow. The historic accuracy. Piss turned into gold armor? That piss was made out of Zeus.
Now, here I am. Stranded. With something.
God, I love when AI is just like, yes, this is what a normal human being would do, finding someone washed up on the shore. You know, pat him on the head. The head pats are the most important part of healthcare.
With something eternal. She never ages. Neither do I here. And still I dream of home. Gods, let me go.
Send him home!
Let him go home! I dream of home.
Odysseus. "7 years I have kept you here. Weep no more, I am letting you go. Build your raft. Be free!"
Thanks.
You mean some other thing. Not my passage. Swear it.
What a schemer you are. By Styx itself, I mean no harm to you.
This is terrible. By Styx itself? The delivery, the accents. Yeah, bro, we're right on the edge. We're right on the verge of cracking the AI movies. You can have a movie in whatever you want. The River Styx? Yeah, the River Styx. Or the band, who can say?
Then at first light, I cut the timber.
I also love the idea of like taking Odysseus, a guy who's essentially the ultimate wife guy, and then just being like, yeah, he's been shacked up on this island fucking this lady for 7 years. It's fine.
No thick, pear-shaped women with unibrows nor men participating in vase art activities. This isn't at all historically accurate.
Yeah. Where's all the homosexuality that should be in a historically accurate work?
Or stay. Keep this house.
Also, bitch, I've been here for 7 years. I'm still wearing a fucking sack. You got fancy clothes. Wait, in 7 years you couldn't find me some fancy clothes? I've been wearing a sack for 7 years. I had a river stick.
Be ageless. Forever. Is she worth all this grief?
I want
Your
pants,
Penelope.
woman.
I am not less than her.
And still, every day, all I want is home. My wife. My own halls. I know you can understand that. At least I think you can.
It's like watching aliens try and put together something that approximates human film, and I find it deeply disconcerting. Like, did he boop her nose? No, he wiped away her tear with a single finger. And it's really weird. He's like he's just covered in sweat, and she's just like chilling.
Please just come out of the sun. One more night under my roof.
Okay.
Wow. no need to make movies anymore. We have AI now. You think this is the conservatives' idea of Lothor?
JCU, Jack Cinematic Universe. AI Odysseus be like.
Not smart. Thank you for the $5 dono. What is this?
Where are my pants?
Truly it is that, you know? God. High art. Anyway, Elon Musk is now deeply desperate to get people to forget that he wants people to think he's all about the Odyssey. He's a cool internet boy. Think of him like that. Think of him as like an AI tech entrepreneur again. Stop thinking about him as like some kind of, monster whose policies have led to the deaths of millions of people. Which is why he did like a mea culpa interview with The Economist, where he said he got carried away. He just got, he just ran a little bit amok and, killed as many people as like fucking Pol Pot. Just got a little ahead of himself, a little bit of a
whoopsie.
Indeed. But let's just take a look at a couple of these clips from The Economist, because they're interesting for sure. Let's take a look here.
You support not just the populist right, but the far right. In fact, very fringe parties in some countries.
No, I support the normal people.
Okay.
What do you call the far right? Falsely.
You think as the normal person. Okay.
Yes. Literally, you could go back 10 or 15 years, and these policies were completely normal. In fact, you
go back 10, 15 years, white supremacy was all the rage, baby girl. Like, it was look, who wouldn't want to ethnically purge their country? I mean, it's just normal policy.
One of the tricks that I think is funny. One thing that's quite funny is to like take a speech from Obama and Hillary, and then go to someone and say, who's sort of on the sort of what I call the lunatic left, and say, what do you think of the speech by Trump? I'm like, oh wow, he's the worst person ever. Actually, that was a speech by Obama.
God, of course he's the kind of guy who thinks that's clever. Oh my God. Wait, chat, dude, this is the world's richest man. He's so fucking powerful. And he's out here being like, didn't you know that Hillary Clinton actually said this when I told you Trump said it and you hated the speech, but now I've checkmated you. And like, bitch, we hate Hillary and we do not like Obama's policies. Like, it's truly awful what this guy's doing. How stupid does he think we are? I mean, he thinks liberals are very stupid. Because this trick would only work on liberals. It doesn't actually work on the far left. Because the far left, actually acknowledges the failures of Hillary and Obama and Biden.
Actually, that was a speech by Hillary.
I agree. No, I agree that the center of gravity in this country has shifted. Certainly, the Democratic Party has shifted to the left. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like Rupert Lowe. I'm talking
right,
about
please.
people.
It's actually just normal people. It's just normal people. It's just.
This is the problem with trying to make an appeal to the silent majority, by the way, because until these guys get their ass beat in an election, it allows them to like try and position themselves as the mouthpiece of normal people, the silent majority. And the issue here is that they're not telling the truth, but it helps them create a perception of the far right policies as more normal and accepted than they actually are,
Normal people, and and here are the principles, and tell me which of these sound terrible. That we should have secure borders, that we should have safe cities, that we should have sensible spending, Which of those three are far right
Those three-
fringe?
no,
None of those are far right policies. Those are goals. The policies are what get you to your alleged goals. But doing mass ethnic cleansing while saying those are your goals, ethnic cleansings do not achieve those goals.
Bro is as bad at gaslighting as he is at everything else.
Bro got hung up on the gas and never got around to lighting it. He's just huffing the old gas fumes.
And I would like to just admonish you and the media for the absurd characterization of the far right. It is false and misleading and nonsense. Please.
Yeah. Be nicer to my Nazi friends. You know what? Just real quick. Just out of curiosity. Be nicer to my friends. Let's just take a quick look here. Okay, so this is his Twitter page. You go, okay, pinned, it's the Tesla earnings call. Him talking about, the far right is actually where most people are, teehee. And then you have, look at how great Grok is. And then you have Nick Shirley not understanding how fucking at-home medical care works. Super cool. And then, wow, it's just hateful garbage.
I think of it as the sort of the West collectively.
But do you see why this makes people think that this man who has all this power, he's the world's richest man, he thinks he has a right to influence our politics? It makes people, it's why, we started this conversation saying superlatives. It's why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand why? Do you think what you're doing is helpful for Western democracy?
Maybe some people do loathe me. And that's probably true. I don't care. But the fact that
I don't care, says man who's clearly very agitated and cares. He cares so fucking bad.
As you pointed out, 250 million people follow me, is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't.
Bro!
And I think a lot more people hate you and the media more than you realize.
I love him, man. Like, he's out there just being like, well, 250 people, 250 million people follow me. Bitch, you bought the social media platform and created an algorithm that prioritizes your content. You literally spent like, I don't know, $60 billion to become like the most followed person on the social media platform you own. That isn't an accomplishment. He's also trying to claim, by the way, that no one died from cutting U.S. aid spending, despite the fact that, again, major medical organizations have reported people dying as a result of no U.S. aid funding going through. It's truly dark, man. Like, this guy is death incarnate. And you might not recognize death because, well, he's a moron.
Keep this part in.
We'll keep all of this in, but let me
Don't cut this part.
Let me push back on that. Let me push back on that
because
you have
nonsense.
Elon, you have, what is it, close to 250 million followers on X.
Yeah, because
you say things like,
popular guy.
Quote,
yeah, I'm a popular guy. It's nothing to do with the fact that I have a lot of money and I bought the platform. Teehee.
Civil war in Britain is inevitable. Just a question
on the current
of when.
trend, yes.
I mean, when were you last in the UK?
A few years ago.
Exactly. So I live there. I'm there the whole time. That is nonsense.
You live a cloistered existence.
No, I don't, actually. And the numbers also disprove.
You live a closeted existence, says man who's a fucking billionaire and who lives in, like, armored compounds. You live a closeted existence, says guy who paid people to cheat for him in fucking, was it Diablo? Was it Diablo 4? You live a closeted existence, says world's richest man who turned part of like the US Capitol complex into his own personal video game stadium. Path of Exile 2, that's right.
What you say.
What numbers?
All the numbers about crime. London is a much safer city than any city in the United States. Violent crime in the UK is not where you think it is. In fact, it's coming down. You have painted, and because you have so many followers, so many Americans believe it, a kind of view that Europe and the UK are kind of, overrun with terrifying Muslim immigrants. There's rape on every corner. There's a sort of civilizational destruction.
Look at him. Look at his posture. He looks so uncomfortable. He looks like he's being chastised as a school child. Also, his jacket looks fucking cheap. I'll just say it. That leather jacket looks like a faux leather jacket. It looks cheap as hell.
Any of those things. If you have a large and rapidly growing group of people whose beliefs are antithetical to Western beliefs, at some point there will be a reckoning. They will.
There is no universal set of Western beliefs. This is just fucking nonsense. People in the West disagree on a wide variety of issues. There's no universal set of Western values.
They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war. And obviously, this is the
To be frank, nobody looks good in leather. That's a fucking lie. I've seen people look very good in leather.
trend. And you absolutely do live in a cloister.
More synthetic than that jacket.
I wouldn't say he looks synthetic. He looks rough. Dude looks like he's coming off a fucking bender.
Existence. And if you'd like, we can go on a tour of Britain.
Sure. I'd be very happy to come on a tour of Britain.
And you will see for yourself.
You come see my country that I live in all the time, and you haven't been to a few years ago.
I've been there literally 100 times.
But when was the last time?
I've been there literally 100 times. Bitch, she lives there. She's there. She lives there every day. What are you talking about? Like, fuck. He's genuinely stupid as hell. My brain hurts. It is like, there is nothing that will radicalize you faster than realizing meritocracy is a fucking lie, and capitalism is putting these people up on pedestals to siphon off all of the wealth from the most vulnerable people on the planet. Like, this guy has impoverished entire nations in order to be as wealthy as he is. And, like, he's one of the biggest dipshits you will ever see in media.
Literally a few years ago.
You know why this exercises me? Because you have really shaped opinion about the UK. And so many Americans I come across and I have conversations with, and and I just had one the other day along the order.
If you don't like capitalism, then move to a country like Venezuela, where 8 million people fled the regime. He created the so many jobs. I bet you'll use his satellites to spew your jealousy. One, no. I don't use a single fucking thing that Tesla or Elon Musk has ever made. Two, just going to throw this out there, Elon Musk hasn't made shit. He bought companies. That's all he did. And three, he's a huge moron. And lastly, four, I believe in improving the place that I live in. And I know that self-improvement and the improvement of, like, neighborhoods and cities might be something foreign to, folks like yourself. But, I never stop improving myself. my local area, my neighborhood, my city, my state, my country, and hopefully the world. So I know that that might be a foreign concept to someone who is all about taking from everyone else to enrich yourself, but like that's where I stand, and I resent the idea that in order to be true to my beliefs, I need to abandon the places that I live, and I don't know, maybe go fuck yourself.
Of, oh, London's such a dangerous place. How can you know? There are sort of grooming gangs everywhere. There's violence everywhere. This is a picture that people get from things that you post or that are posted on X. And for example, you're posting for
Jason Kelly, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show. You know what? There we go.
What was it? 48 Hours of Citizen Vigilante. That film, which,
Yes.
paints a dystopian... I've watched it.
Yes.
It was not fun. I watched it yesterday. It's not a very good movie. But it also paints a dystopian picture of Europe. And it glorifies vigilante violence. It glorifies the murdering of a Muslim immigrant family. I honestly think that it is irresponsible for you to put that up on X.
I think that it's a movie, and it's worth watching.
I love this guy because he's just like, yeah, I'm a racist. What are you going to do about it? I just wish more people understood that what he's doing is racist. How do you know you haven't used his satellites? Because I don't use satellites for anything. Like, I don't pay for his fucking satellite program. That's how I know I don't use his satellites. But what we're... like, one of the things to note here is that, Citizen Vigilante is about a guy who essentially feels like he's wronged, has his, family
Fuck
killed
him.
or whatever.
Fuck you, Lon, and fuck his stupid jacket.
Indeed, Squirter General. And he decides to go on a rampage, not against the people who did it, but against all Muslim people. And there's a scene where he just point blank murders like an innocent, uninvolved Muslim family. And folks like Elon Musk think, hell yeah, that's the right thing to do. When you're pushing like a fucking ethnic cleansing with your platform and with your politics and with your fortune, man, fucking people need to get off of X. People need to get off of Twitter. People need to stop buying Teslas. It's truly an embarrassment. Like, genuinely, anytime I see someone drive up in a Tesla that they just bought, I know that they're a racist. When somebody is okay with the company that they buy from openly advocating for genocidal policies, like, yeah, you're at least complicit with the racism,
People say that you're a racist.
Yeah.
What is the motivation for doing that? Are you fomenting...
My partner is she's half Indian, and
the man sent a craft to rescue NASA astronauts. Then you think you're smart enough to do that? You know what? There's actually a really great quote here. Let me find it real quick. Let's see. Was it this one? Was it The Power of Money? Trying to find it here. Okay, here we are. Yes. Here's a quote from Marx that might illuminate the point I'm trying to make for you. That which is for me through the medium of money, that for which I can pay, i.e., which money can buy, that am I myself, the possessor of the money. The extent of the power of money is the extent of my power. Money's properties are the possessor's properties and essential powers. Thus, what I am and am capable of is by no means determined by my individuality. I am ugly, but I can buy for myself the most beautiful of women. Therefore, I'm not ugly. For the effect of ugliness, its deterrent power is nullified by money. I, according to my individual characteristics, am lame, but money furnishes me with 24 feet. Therefore, I am not lame. I am bad, dishonest, unscrupulous, stupid, but money is honored, and hence its possessor. Money is the supreme good, therefore its possessor is good. Money, besides, saves me the trouble of being dishonest. I am therefore presumed honest. I am brainless, but money is the real brain of all things, and how then should its possessor be brainless? Besides, he can buy clever people for himself, and is he who has power over the clever not more clever than the clever? Do not I, who thanks to money am capable of all that the human heart longs for, possess all human capacities? Does not my money, therefore, transform all my incapacities into their contrary? So what that entire quote means is effectively that someone who has money is presumed to have all of the qualities that money can buy. And when we're talking about the world's richest man, you've fallen into that trap, my friend. You've fallen into the trap. You think that he's clever because he has money. He's not launching the rockets to save astronauts. He's not designing any of the shit. He's paying people to do it. He does not possess their brains. He doesn't possess their cleverness. He doesn't possess the skills of his engineers. He merely pays them. He doesn't have the work ethic of the people who work day in and day out in his factories. He merely buys their labor and then takes for himself the proceeds of it, and everyone looks at him as if he himself made the batteries in his cars. He himself put together the cars that drive on the roads. He himself put satellites into space. And you are falling into that same trap. He does none of those things. All he does is own. All he does is possess. Stop seeing a man's possessions and assuming his skills. It's truly peasant mindset. And you need to get out of that peasant mindset, otherwise you will be enslaved your entire life. If not to Elon Musk, then to every man who has more money than you.
One of the most mind-boggling things in my life is every time I see the Cybertruck where I live. In Bumfuck Nowhere Farm Country, PA.
Well, it's because a lot of farmers are fucking millionaires. And they're conservative millionaires. And so they go out and they buy a Cybertruck, and then it kind of begins to fuck them over a long enough period of time. It's fucking held together by glue. Fucking dipshits in rural areas who are like, I love my truck, and then they go out and buy a Cybertruck. Just, I know what a good truck is. They immediately go for the worst truck ever designed. Literally explodes more than any other car in history. God. How do you know that it was only his workers that built the rescue rocket? Because this man's busy pretending to be good at video games. He's busy paying people to lie about how good he is at Path of Exile 2. He's not out there building fucking rockets. He has no training in how to build or construct spacecraft. Like, I can't believe I have to say this. The reason he's wealthy is because he invested in, hey, what if we did banks but online in PayPal? That's the reason he has money. He has no expertise whatsoever in designing spaceships. Then you have cameras to prove it? Fuck, the peasant brain among you are truly insane. He has no skill set to design spaceships. This is like me telling you Gleep Glorp the Omniscient controls everything about your life. And you're like, there's no Gleep Glorp the Omniscient. And I'm just like, do you have cameras to prove that Gleep Glorp the Omniscient isn't controlling your life? Like, fuck, man. The peasant mindset is truly a plague on humanity, and America in particular.
Right, and I have 4 children with her.
Oh, Banana Brains, don't worry. He's not a trillionaire anymore. His SpaceX valuation is plummeting, which is very funny.
One of them was named after a famous Indian physicist.
But you can't prove it? I don't have to. Because you're making the claim that he designed and put together the spaceship, which he didn't do. You have to prove your claim. That was the point I was making with Gleep Glorp the Omniscient. The fact that you're too stupid to understand that is really troubling.
So I would say I'm not racist, and also, if you look at the people that are employed at my companies, we have senior executives of all races.
I couldn't be racist. Some of my best employees are black. Truly incredible stuff coming from this brilliant mind.
There's I don't think there's any racism there.
Are you anti-Muslim?
I am.
It's unfortunate that you can only speak with a sewer mouth. I'd rather have a sewer mouth than stand for a politician who's literally advocating for ethnic cleansing of not just one country, but multiple countries. You know? Like, I would rather have a bit of a potty mouth than be actively carrying water for a man who, if he could, would annihilate people of other races. Like, I don't know. I think that's the better end of the deal, having a bit of a potty mouth. Having a bit of a potty mouth, being supportive of genocide, who can say, apparently, in the mind of a conservative peasant.
I'm against.
Liberals only know hatred and anger. I mean, I reserve my hatred and anger for the people who advocate for genocide, yeah.
Having if people
this man is responsible for more deaths than fucking Pol Pot. When we're talking about people who have committed genocide in the past on a mass scale, this guy is among the worst of them. And the fact that you're out here like trying to be like, but he's actually really good at making spaceships, like, it's truly disgusting. You sound like an illiterate. Bitch, I just read you a quote. Like, you can't even hang in the same argument as me.
Going to a country with antithetical views, I am against that. I'm against that. I'm against. I'm against rape and murder. I'm against the imposition of rules and laws that are contrary to what we've come to accept in the West.
Just so you are aware of what he is saying here, he is saying, I'm against rape and murder. And what he is saying here is that, black and brown people who are going to the UK are doing mass rapes and mass murders and installing their own laws, which is not happening. It is not happening on any kind of mass scale. And she's even already said crime rates in the UK are going down. So when you are talking here about like how brilliant this man is, he's just trying to mask his racism. He's just trying to mask his xenophobia. He's just trying to mask his hatred of people he views as inherently inferior to himself. It's gross. You're just like Islam, kill all who disagree with me. What's interesting to me is that every single one of you who carries water for this man is like, woo, the Muslims are coming and they're killing the West. They're killing all of the Christians. They're killing Western civilization. And that's what they want. That's what Muslims are all about. They're about wiping out the white race. And then you're like, that's why we have to do a genocide. That's why we have to do an ethnic cleansing. And it's just like, well, wait a minute. One, that's not what Islam is all about. That's not what Muslims want, by and large. Citation, I live in an area with a lot of Muslim people who don't want to do that. And also, the idea here that you're basically conjuring up is, hey, because these people are supposedly doing this bad thing, we need to destroy them. You're just giving yourself a permission structure to engage in genocide. It's gross. It's grotesque. It's the same as fucking Radio Rwanda from the Rwandan genocide. You first dehumanize these people, you then say it's justified to take violent action against them because of X, Y, and Z, and then you engage in mass violence. It's gross. It's grotesque. And honestly, yeah, I have contempt for people who think this way. Like, I just have to say, like, oh, Muslims want to kill people? The Muslims are coming. They're gonna come and destroy the West. They're gonna destroy the West. And then it's like, okay, well, let's check in with one of the most prominent Muslims in America.
When I'm in a New York state of mind.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Talk with the People. Thank you so much for joining us once again. I'm so excited to be here with all of you, and we are here coming to you live about 28 or 29 hours since we launched the Bus Action Plan. Now, what is the Bus Action Plan? You may be wondering. Well, I'm here to explain exactly that to you. As you may know, we live in the greatest city in the world. We also live in the most populous city in the United States of America. A sad fact, however, is that we ride the slowest buses in the United States of America. Millions of New Yorkers ride the bus, and yet these buses can crawl as slow as 5 miles an hour. The longer you spend in New York City, the more likely it is that you have at some point walked faster than a bus. Now, for those of you who've been following not just our administration, but even the time before then, you'll know that buses are near and dear to my heart. They're immensely important because they're how so many working people get around and get across the city. Now, today, we're coming to you to tell you a little bit about this Bus Action Plan because what we announced.
Elon Musk made all of his employees millionaires. Elon Musk and his policy of providing stock bonuses made 4,400 of his employees millionaires. Elon Musk employs approximately, I believe the number is like 170,000 people. So, no, he didn't make his employees all millionaires. Stop deep-throating this man's propaganda, for fuck's sake.
Is that we are going to be saving New Yorkers up to 6 minutes each ride on...
Oh no! The dastardly Muslim is saving people 6 minutes per ride? Oh no, everybody! Truly, this is the death of Western civilization. Everybody knows that those 6 minutes are the minutes that separate us from the hordes seeking to destroy Western civilization. No! Anyway, let's see what he's up to a little bit later. Surely he's about to get to his dastardly plans to destroy Western civilization.
Always been about transit. And,
when did the switchover happen?
That's a long time ago.
Yeah?
I can't remember.
You know what?
But do you remember?
I have no idea when the switchover...
Oh no. He played Mario Kart. Western civilization has truly fallen. Because as we all know, he is the embodiment of Islam, and Islam seeks to destroy Western civilization and kill everyone who disagrees with them. You know, after you get in a few good rounds of Mario Kart. Fuck you racist dickweeds are just the worst.
And I think it's a crying shame that the sort of traditional media, like you, don't recognize this.
Why should you be?
It's a crying shame that the traditional media doesn't just blandly regurgitate all of my lies and tell everyone how cool I am for wanting to genocide black and brown people.
Be able to shape European politics. You don't even live there.
I think of it as the sort of the West collectively.
But do you see why this makes people think that this man who has all this power, he's the world's richest man, he thinks he has a right to influence our politics? It makes people, it's why, we started this conversation saying superlatives. It's why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand why? Do you think what you're doing is helpful for Western democracy?
Maybe some people do loathe me. And that's probably true. I don't care. But the fact that, as you pointed out, 250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't. And I think a lot more people hate you and the media more than you realize.
I'm pretty sure journalists of all people understand how much people hate them, largely because journalists get hate messages literally all day, every day. Like I get hate messages and quite a bit of hatred just by doing this, and I wouldn't call myself a journalist, and I wouldn't call myself someone of any kind of prominence. And yet, I'm aware that conservatives hate my guts. God. Anyway, Elon Musk sucks. This has been a very roundabout way of saying Elon Musk sucks. Please stop carrying water for him. And you know what? The first person who runs on making Elon Musk not a billionaire anymore is going to get a fuck ton of votes. Campaign specifically on taxing Elon Musk's wealth into oblivion. And I think then we're starting to cook. I think we're starting to cook. A set of policies specifically to redistribute wealth from Elon Musk. Let's go. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, let me know what you think. I thought that Marx quote was fire. It's something that lives eternally in my mind. Let me know what you thought about that Marx quote. And also, folks, do get involved organizing locally. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and folks, if you need help doing it, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and last but not least, check out ImageeTolivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. We've got 2 new sizes, a full restock, a new color. There's a link down in the description. Go check it out, and let's keep on going. Dude in a dress? I'm clearly wearing a t-shirt. Fuck, transphobes are stupid. You'd be popular in the Middle East? I am popular in the Middle East. Do you have any idea how many people from the Middle East get into my DMs asking for pictures? It's a lot. Now, folks, if you guys are enjoying the show or getting anything out of today's show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks. Because honestly, the amount of mental trauma I put myself through every day to put this on is massive. I love your NASA t-shirt. I got it while thrifting. It's good shit. So, click the goddamn button. wish you were in a dress right now. It's too hot.
Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button.
Billy the Kid, that is correct.
Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button.
Hey, Cosmopolitics. Folks, go check out Cosmopolitics. Get in there. Hell yeah. Become a statistic already? I mean, statistically, if you're a white dude hating on trans people, which, gotta be honest, demographically is generally the most likely, white dude conservatives have a lot more to worry about. Okay, you guys are dropping like flies out there. What the fuck does that mean? It's the whole like percentage of how many trans people attempt suicide. He's telling me to go kill myself. How many times are your detractors going to keep saying man in a dress? It's so scripted, like their bot accounts. I mean, transphobia makes you like an honest to God living NPC, you know? It truly spreads this energy. NASA's fake and gay just like some people? Ah, yes. The fake gays. Those dastards. How the fuck is NASA fake? Well, if you're a flat earther, quite a lot of things are fake. I used to be a man in a dress like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee. Those damn nerds at NASA with their thigh-high coating socks and their swishy skirts. Not a straight answer. Why would you wear that? What? Why would I wear a NASA shirt with one of the coolest vehicles ever designed by man on it? Gee whiz, I don't know. Like, the space shuttle is genuinely one of the coolest vehicles we've ever made on Earth. Please explain why DSA is the future. It seems both parties do a terrible job. Exactly. So DSA is stepping in, and a lot of people who are disillusioned with democratic politics as usual are joining DSA to get shit done. Wait a minute, those aren't time rogues. They're nerds! I can smell you through the phone. Wash your ass. Why are you sniffing your phone, dog?
Forget
That's
fake
gross.
gays and normal gays. Let's talk about evil gays like Sam Altman and Peter Thiel. Too many weird wealthy gay rich men who somehow become fascists.
Is Sam Altman gay? Gotta be honest, I didn't know that. He seemed very nondescript. He's spiritually gay. Jack is the biggest ass washing advocate I know. I literally did a segment on this not that long ago. Bitter question, why is that chatter sticking his phone up his ass? Indeed, indeed, indeed. Folks, let's move on. Let's talk a little bit about you know what? All right. You know what? Let's just do this. You know, I'll group it together just for my ease of navigation. There we go. Got a little segment on MAGA.
We step back.
And you know, we might. There we go. This stream is killing me tonight. If this stream is killing you or someone you love, call 1-800 Don't Kill Me Now. That's 1-800 Don't Kill Me Now. And then drop some subs and donos. Some bribery couldn't hurt. I've clicked the button. Hell yeah. But have you passed the button? That's too many digits. Huh. All right. You guys ready to jump into our next segment? Let's go. Sure. Hell yeah. Let's do this. Boop. So, folks, we got to talk about how Donald Trump and MAGA are truly sliding us into an era where corruption is the norm. It's the scam economy growing, and frankly, average Americans are the ones left footing the bill. So let's just take a look at where Donald Trump is at right now, just mentally. I feel like that's relevant to what's going on in MAGA world. Here he is earlier today, struggling to read.
But this group started their title defense with 9 pitchers injured before the first fastball was ever thrown. They played their opening game in Tokyo and traveled more than 2,000 miles. It's more than any team has ever traveled. In fact, from the first pitch to the final out, they endured and triumphed through the longest season of any team in the history of Major League Baseball, 229 days. I didn't know that. Did you know that? That's a pretty crazy fact. I mean, it's not the kind of fact you think about. What is it going to be, a half a day longer or something? I don't know. That's a different kind of a fact, Mark, than I ever heard of, but that's what they give me to read, so what can I tell you? 220, the longest season ever? I don't know what the hell that means. In the postseason, the Dodgers...
Now, I know that this might not resonate with many of you, but number one, he clearly sounds rough as hell. But number two, I remember when it was a national travesty, a matter of national security, a matter of like life and death, that Obama was reading his speeches. Does anyone else remember this? Back in the day, it was part of like a week-long news cycle of the mainstream media being incensed that Obama was reading speeches because they said it indicated he was mentally weak and could change on a dime. Let me just pull this up here. Do we have it? Can I get like an old... Can I get like an old news article? God, everything's new about Obama. (2009) Was it 2009? God, I should have had this this prepped, and yet I did not. That's my bad. Do. Ah, yes, here we go. Here we go. This is Politico from 2009. Obama's safety net, the teleprompter. President Barack Obama doesn't go anywhere without his teleprompter. The textbook-sized panes of glass holding the president's prepared remarks follow him whenever he speaks. Resting on top of a tall, narrow pole, they flanked his podium during speeches in the White House's stately parlors. They stood next to him on the floor of a manufacturing plant in Indiana as he pitched his economic stimulus plan. They traveled to the Department of Transportation this week and were in the Capitol Rotunda last month when he paid tribute to Abraham Lincoln in 6-minute prepared remarks. Obama's reliance on the teleprompter is unusual, not only because he is famous for his oratory, but because no other president has used one so consistently and at so many events, large and small. It's just something presidents haven't done. It's jarring to the eye. In a way, it stands in the middle between the audience and the president because his eye is on the teleprompter. Just how much of a crutch the teleprompter has become for Obama was on sharp display during his latest Commerce Secretary announcement. The president spoke from the teleprompter in the ornate Indian Treaty Room for a few minutes. Then Governor Gary Locke stepped to the podium and pulled out a piece of paper for reference. Like, this was an actual honest-to-God ongoing controversy. Yeah, Biden needed a teleprompter. Trump sure as shit needs teleprompters. You see it every single time he speaks, practically. In this particular event, he's not using one, but he's still, like, the fact that he's not using one kind of reveals how much of a crutch a teleprompter is for Donald Trump, because he's basically just looking down at a piece of paper, and he clearly hadn't even read the speech prior to this, because he's just like, wow, what is this? They give me this shit to read. What kind of effect is that? Like, I don't know. It's just wild to me that the kinds of things that would take over a news cycle in 2009 are just unremarkable about Donald Trump, you know? Instead, we have teleprompter guy for Donald Trump being investigated for fraud because he's, like, doing insider trading off of information he gets from his speeches. Anyway, this is from earlier today. States sued Donald Trump and his administration for withholding $148 million in disaster aid over unlawful election demands. So, for those of you who don't go and continually check out Truth Social, one of the things that consistently pops up is Donald Trump, like some kind of feudal lord, doling out disaster relief funds. Oftentimes, these relief funds come months after the actual disaster has happened, which leaves a lot of states in the lurch. However, the states that are the by far biggest targets of this funding denial are blue states, because Donald Trump is trying to use disaster relief money as leverage to get voter rolls and voter information from those states. It's grotesque. People have lost, in some cases, everything. And he's just like, well, I'm not going to give you money. I'm not going to give your state money until, you betray your voters because I said so. It's grotesque. It's truly grotesque. This is where we're at. 25 states and Washington, D.C. are suing the Trump administration over this. FEMA and DHS plan to withhold 20% of the state's federal disaster grant funding if they do not make changes to their election systems demanded by President Donald Trump. Of course, this is incredibly, incredibly illegal, but it doesn't matter because these people want others to suffer until they get their way because they're authoritarians. They're massive pieces of shit. And honestly, if you're not upset about it, you don't love America enough. Like full on. You just are an unpatriotic ass clown if you aren't mad about the federal government withholding over $100 million in disaster relief to try and use the most vulnerable people who are, in some cases, homeless, penniless, deeply in debt from all the damage that has been incurred. This administration is in a position to help, and they're saying, no, not unless you undermine your democratic process. And that's pretty gross. That's grotesque, you know? It's really, really gross. But also, we got some bad news on other fronts as well. Housing and Urban Development is planning on hobbling federal financial assistance for housing by burying it in paperwork. This is from Nathan Tankus' Notes on the Crisis, which I would highly recommend if you're interested in learning more about what is happening financially when it comes to the Trump administration. And essentially what is happening is that the Housing and Urban Development is trying to bury people who need housing assistance under paperwork so that the paperwork essentially takes up so much time that people are just unable to get housing assistance at all. Rather than actually cut the funding for HUD, they are just making it too impossible to actually access. It's kind of like saying, oh yeah, sure, you can get money for housing. You just have to go and file over in that building over there. And on the doors to that building, there are just massive padlocks and iron chains holding it shut. And it's just like, good luck, sucker. If you can make it to that desk and stamp your paperwork, it's golden. But you know. Now, what does this actually look like? What it looks like is a multiple instances of having to file the same paperwork. So in a lot of cases, you have to file the same paperwork multiple times in order to access funds. You also have to go through an AI detection system that, tries to suss out fraud. But the parameters of the AI detection system are so broad that literally almost everything gets flagged as fraud or potentially fraudulent, which means you then have to refile again in order for it to be looked at by an actual human being. Like, this is a lot of work to try and get funds for housing. It's all dependent on these obscure and opaque systems that do not allow you to succeed. It is designed to waste people's time until they give up. According to the notice, HUD estimates that these requirements will affect 30,000 unique entities that receive grants from HUD, i.e. all HUD grantees. This, however, does not include subrecipients and vendors who will have downstream compliance burdens unestimated by HUD. Consequently, the Department of Housing and Urban Development's estimate of annual compliance costs, $8,834,400, is likely a severe underestimate based on the sub-entities alone. The unestimated reporting burdens are a significant threat to housing grant programs insofar as the arduous compliance burdens may discourage contractors from working with grantees. What that means is this paperwork, in order to be compliant, it's not just the grantee that has to fill out the paperwork. It's also the subcontractor, the sub-grantee, and the contractors that might work with them. So everyone involved with receiving money from HUD, even if they are 1 or 2 steps removed, has to fill out the paperwork. It's quite bad. Quite bad, actually. I'm going to link this here in chat for you guys to check out, but the situation is grim for America right now. It's not great. Missing deadlines, etc., put you at the back of at the end of the line. Exactly. It's meant to create an unwinnable situation for people who need to fill out the paperwork, right? And of course, we also have, you know, in other news of the Trump administration making your life worse, this is a real page from the CDC. Autism and vaccines. The claim vaccines do not cause autism is not an evidence-based claim because studies have not ruled out the possibility that infant vaccines cause autism. We also, you know, the claim that Gleep Glorp the Omniscient doesn't control your life is not an evidence-based claim, because studies have yet to rule out that Gleep Glorp the Omniscient controls lives. Like, this is very clearly stupid. And, like, on top of that, we have determined that vaccines don't cause autism. There was never any evidence that vaccines did cause autism. Andrew Wakefield was a fucking scam artist. He still is. Like, the amount of misinformation, disinformation, and also what is all of this misinformation and disinformation in the service of? It's in the service of putting money into the pockets of wealthy scam artists. That's it. Andrew Wakefield makes money. All these anti-vax people make money off of this vaccines and autism bullshit. They all make money off of it. When it comes to HUD not giving out grants, it's because the Trump administration wants to give that money to their wealthy friends. Like, all of this is just scam artistry. That's it. That's all it is. Over and over and over again. And on top of that, we got this clown just constantly talking about trans people. It's the only thing he can think of.
No men. We want no men in women's sports. Transgender, they want transgender for everybody. I call it transgender mutilization of your children for everybody. Open border. No. They want transgender for everybody. Transgender mutilization for your kids for everybody. Like, once again, every single time they make a public appearance, they're talking about trans people. And it's just like, these bitches think about trans people more than trans people do. And to cap it all off, guys, it's just one gigantic scam. One gigantic scam after another. The Trump media, the White House, the honest to God White House, is saying that they are going to relay and put reporters into contact with the Trump media group to have a fast track inside to Donald Trump's Truth Social posts. The White House, to reiterate, is going to take reporters and say, if you want to get the inside scoop on Donald Trump, the president of the United States, you have to pay his company money so that you can have first dibs on what he's posting on Truth Social. This is like
all of this is illegal. Everything that I've been talking about is illegal as hell. It's illegal as hell. But it doesn't matter because time after time after time, MAGA is just okay with scam artists and okay with people who are breaking the law. And frankly, they're okay with people who are, let's be real here, if not pedophiles, pedophile adjacent. You know? Donald Trump is continuing to cover up the Epstein files. Donald Trump is continuing to be one of the most named people in the Epstein files. And MAGA really just doesn't really give a shit. Like, they're okay with it. They think it's fine. And, well, just want to introduce you guys to Texas's GOP candidate for their 23rd district, who is a YouTuber named Brendan Herrera. Just want to play a little clip for you guys of Brendan talking about children on his show.
Now directly to Shannon Watts. Hi Shannon, longtime viewer, first time caller. First off, I want to get it off my chest, I think moms demand action is stupid. Being a mother doesn't make your opinion any more or less valid. Just because you let somebody cream pie you doesn't mean I have to give a shit about your political opinions. The fact that you kept your trophy doesn't make you any less wrong about the dumb shit that you say. Now direct.
That's a man calling a child a cum trophy. And you know what? Conservatives aren't going to give a shit. Conservatives were perfectly happy to have Dennis Hassert in charge of the House. Dennis Hassert, prolific pedophile. They're perfectly happy putting up Roy Moore, a man who is banned from his local mall because he kept trying to pick up children. Who is he talking about? He's talking about Shannon Watts, who's an American, like a member of Moms Demand Action. It's an anti-gun violence group because, again, people keep getting shot by guns, and it sucks. Anyway, conservatives just don't give a shit anymore. They just don't give a shit. They're like, yeah, whatever. I'll vote for somebody who like talks about children this way. I'll vote for the guy who's named in the Epstein files the most. You know what? I'd vote for him to be president for life if I could. You know, the guy who's in the Epstein documents. Yeah, you know that guy who's withholding disaster funding from states for political ends to make himself more powerful? Yeah, that guy's doing good by the country. Hey, you know that guy who's scamming everyone to have an insider slot on what the stock market's going to do because they know what his Truth Social posts will say, and an hour before they go live on Truth Social. Yeah, well, whatever. Insider trading. That's not. Well, who gives a shit? That's not a crime anymore in Trump's America. Please don't generalize all conservatives this way. I've been saying this the whole time. You have one right here that's been trying to talk to you for 20 minutes. Look, I'm sorry, but like when you're in a room full of Nazi pedophiles and you're like, "Well, I'm one of the good ones though." Like, bitch, you need to get out of the room. You're in the wrong room if you're not complicit with this behavior. You know, like when you're in a bar and all the other people in the bar are Nazis, and then you say, don't paint us with a broad brush, not everyone in the Nazi bar is a Nazi. Like, I don't know. Seems like maybe you should go to a different bar then. You want people to not think you're a Nazi. Bitch, I've been out of the room. Give me the decency of a scroll back. I've been voting blue to fight back. Then you're not a conservative. Don't then don't falsely advertise yourself as somebody who agrees with this shit.
Have you seen this dunk on the GOP?
No, what is this? I had not seen this. This is actually pretty funny. My only problem with this is that Guardians of the Galaxy would never stand for this. The GOP.
If you go to a bar, and a Nazi comes in, do you kick out the Nazi? Of course, because if you tolerate and ignore the Nazi, it becomes a Nazi bar. Hey, you, reasonable conserves. How's the Nazi bar?
You gotta get out. And once you're out, like, you stop associating with the fucking label, man. It's true. Anyway, all that is a roundabout way of saying, hey, MAGA needs to go. There are no reasonable conservatives left that are still voting Republican. The Republican Party is a dead party. And people need to start really organizing against whatever shambling corpse of it is left. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, folks, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think in the comments. And also, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. And folks, if you need help taking your first steps, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a new color in. We got 2 new sizes, full restock. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, and link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oof, we did it. The GOP is a lich. The phylactery's in. If someone comes in good faith, I say try to bridge the gap. I generally am trying to bridge the gap. I have no qualms with somebody who is willing to abandon the GOP and do better. But that doesn't mean I align politically with those people, right? A good example of this is the Bulwark. The Bulwark is an organization that's been doing some good work when it comes to advocating against MAGA and Donald Trump in particular. But when it comes to advocating for actual policies that make the world a better place, places like the Bulwark are not my friend. They actually want to make my life worse. They want to make the economy less stable. They want to make it work better for the ultra rich and the wealthy, and ultimately want to put us back on the same path that led to Donald Trump in the first place. And that's the main problem I have with a lot of these folks who are conservatives or former conservatives who are now voting blue. The problem I have is that they want to bring us back to a status quo that gave us Trump. And all that will do is create the exact same conditions that allowed a dipshit like Donald Trump to seize power. And then, hey, maybe in 20 years we get a President Elon Musk or something. Or, Elon Musk proxy. And I don't want that. I want us to actually get out of this era of radicalized conservative politics that have taken over both the Democratic Party and the GOP. And I would appreciate a new and more progressive path forward that actually works for working people. So that's kind of my point of view. Just being anti-Trump is not adequate for these times. I mean, I'll accept, I'll accept the votes when we're going into like 2028. If these anti-Trump conservative, former conservatives are willing to vote for like a president AOC, then by all means.
The enemy of my enemy is my barely tolerated ally until I can handle them next. We can handle the bulwark flavor conservatives later. Right now, we have a neo-Nazi evangelical death cult.
Exactly, Cardstockcaster. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'll take the temporary alliance for now, but like I'm under no illusions that like the folks at the Bulwark are wanting to make a more progressive future with like Medicare for all that actually works for working class Americans. I'm under no illusions that they actually want to make my life better, the lives of my family better, or anybody else better, other than the ultra wealthy. And like, that matters because ultimately it reminds me over and over and over again that they are not my long-term ally. They are an ally of momentary political convenience. And everyone else would do well to remember that too. Mamdani is the same sect of religion as the IRGC. Kind of wild hearing that. Is it? Like, wouldn't it be like saying, oh, well, I don't know, Mussolini was Catholic, so it's wild hearing that JFK has the same politics as Mussolini, or the same religious grouping as Mussolini, or some shit. I don't know if Mussolini was Catholic. It's just like, I don't know. It's largely an irrelevant fact. Barry Weiss's The Free Press is pro-diarrhea disease. Of course they are. Diarrhea makes you stronger in, conservative brain rot world, probably. I came, I saw, I got dunked on without the benefit of the doubt. I'm out. I'm really sorry I couldn't change your diaper and hold your hand at the same time. Like, fuck. You might have left the Republican Party, but you're still just as big of a fucking snowflake. Man, like, I sit here and get like ragged on by every single fucking conservative on the planet, and the second like you get mildly like a one millionth of a fraction of what I get every single time I go live, you're like, fuck this shit, I'm out. It's just like, man, grow like a slightly tougher skin.
After Lee Atwater's 1971 interview where he just straight up said that the GOP just wants to say the N-word without saying it, it's just ignorance or complicity.
It's true. I haven't been ragging on you, though. I haven't really been ragging on you either, but I can if you'd like. I mean, like, the fact that you're still someone who identifies with the label of conservative, and the fact that you heard me criticizing other conservatives who are willing to vote for fucking pedophiles and people who are calling children cum trophies, and you were like, why are you ragging on me? Like, that says a lot more about you. Fix your heart, man. And like, the fact that you are in 2026 being like, well, I'm not like those guys, but I'm a conservative. Like, bitch, conservatives have been actively advocating against the rights of people in this country who are minorities for like the last, forever. But Sake Tanuki's right. Lee Atwater gave a very, very prominent interview in 1971 talking about what the Republican Party explicitly stood for. And it was about how to codify racism into the Republican Party into a series of dog whistles because they couldn't say the N-word on television anymore. And folks like you are just like, well, they're not saying the N-word on television anymore, so I guess I'll be a conservative. Because they've stopped being racist. And just, man, I hope you continue to learn and grow. You've clearly learned and grown out of MAGA. And that's some great work on your part, but you got some learning and growing left to do. As do we all. Pitsaki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. That's when Christian conservatives began their infiltration of the party. I held older ideals. The older conservative ideals. The ones that were pro-segregation. What? The older conservative ideals. The ones that were pro-Jim Crow? The older conservative ideals? The ones that were pro-Confederate? What are you talking about? I adhere to the one true conservative religion. Money. We should read or watch that sometime. I would play it, but Lee Atwater explicitly says the N-word with the hard R like a dozen times in that clip. You can find it. You can listen to it yourself. That's also the interview when Atwater explained the Southern strategy. Absolutely, it was, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to see that interview, but yikes. I mean, I can read it for you. Not obviously exactly verbatim. The direct quote is, "You start off in 1954 saying N-word, N-word, N-word. By 1968, you can't say N-word. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like, forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract. Now you're talking about cutting taxes, and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And a byproduct of them is that blacks get hurt worse than whites. We want to cut this is much more abstract than even busing, the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than N-word, N-word." So that is the direct quote from Lee Atwater. What does that even mean? What it means is what he's describing, because Lee Atwater was one of the famous political strategists for Nixon, and specifically was key to drafting up the Southern strategy, which is, we lost on segregation, but we are going to continue to court white conservatives in the South. And, evangelicals in particular. It was the plan to politicize folks who were deeply, deeply upset about the end of segregation. And so what he's saying there and what he's talking about is how politicians in the 60s and 70s needed to start becoming more abstract with their racist language because there was too much political blowback to being explicit with their racist language. And so they adapted their racism to become more and more abstract. So that by the time you get to like the 1990s, for example, you have people who are saying, I'm socially liberal, but fiscally conservative. But the fiscal conservatism is what hides the racism, because the fiscal ideals that were being put forward by the Republican Party were essentially back channels to ingraining racism within society, you know? So that's what you got. It's less why I can't say the N-word, and more what is politically expedient to mobilize racists to vote for a conservative candidate. Thank you for answering my question. I get it. Hell yeah. So they flipped a legislative defeat into a rallying call for more right-wing voters? Yeah. And those right-wing voters in the, after segregation was defeated, and this is kind of how you get the activation of the evangelical Christian nationalists as a political bloc, because prior to all of the, the end of segregation, the end of Jim Crow, all of that, prior to that, the evangelical Christian base white evangelical Christians had largely been a non-entity, not like uninfluential in American politics, but they weren't a fully activated political bloc. And so what wound up happening was, after segregation ended, there were still a few holdouts, specifically white Christian private schools, and who wanted to maintain their whiteness based on their religious beliefs. Essentially, we covered a clip the other day with a preacher in 2026 talking about the descendants of Ham being naturally ordained by God to be subservient to the descendants of the Japhethites. And that's essentially saying, black people are deemed by God to be subservient to white people, right? And so these private schools operated along those lines, like by their religious doctrine. They were like, we're religiously called to only be a whites only school. You can't integrate us. And this then became viewed as the state encroaching on the rights of these religious groups. And they eventually lost on that fight, kicking and screaming. But that loss was viewed as big government stepping in to, destroy the rights of, the Christian minority. And it was used to then activate the evangelical base. But during this period of activation, there was an acknowledgement within the Republican Party that this was a very brief window of opportunity to actually win these voters over forever. And that's when you have the direct effort to politicize abortion in America, which up until this point hadn't really been a terribly political issue for Christians in America. And so you have a concerted effort by a lot of the televangelists and like the Christian revivalists that were touring the nation at the time to come together and, as a deliberate effort, politicize the abortion issue. And that's why, to this day, you still have these conservative anti-abortion groups crusading. And it is one of the core pillars of the Southern strategy. So it is connected in a lot of different ways here. By the way, this is where the modern school choice or voucher movement comes from. That's true. That's true. Mixed in with a little bit of like, private capital wants to own private schools and, basically leech off federal dollars and state level dollars. If this were true, why do evangelicals donate so much to help illegal immigrants through charities? I'm not actually that convinced that evangelicals do donate so much to help undocumented immigrants. Like the base of the MAGA movement is virulently anti-undocumented immigrants. So they're not donating a ton of money to help undocumented immigrants while at the same time, unless by donate you mean pay taxes to imprison in concentration camps. I guess that's, you could maybe charitably call it that. Look it up out of private donations. Evangelical donations to undocumented immigrants. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Parents' rights and school choice are just covers for I want to indoctrinate my children so they don't question their world and think.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of evidence that indicates that evangelicals are donating charitably specifically for undocumented immigrants. Anime sidekick out. Correct. Also, we are at 98 out of 500 subs. Good job, us. Look up which groups in general, and last I looked, they topped the list. Are you just talking about which groups give more to charity?
Do I actually see with my own very eyes? A man who's not heard of evangelical cat? What's evangelical cat? I hate that my brain went there.
Now, I might be wrong. Are you referencing the musical
I wanted
Cats?
Her chat to hear it.
Are you making a reference to the Jellicle Cats? Saki Tanuki. I'm not surprised. Also, Anime Sidekick Out, thank you for the $5 super chat. I mean, Z-Trees, if you're just saying that evangelicals donate a lot to charity, like, the reality is that, yeah, a lot of Christians donate to charity.
Small gift from YouTube horizontal.
Yo.
I got paid for hobbies again.
Rustbard, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. But the part of it is that a lot of the world's wealthiest people are some flavor of Christian, and so they donate to causes that they control the 501c3s for. Basically just self-dealing as a tax write-off. I know Creationist Cat. Hell yeah. I don't even like the musical. What's not to love about the homosexual naked cat show? Is Vadim doing well? Last I heard, talked with him not that long ago. He seemed to be doing okay. You've never heard of Cats? It's very famous. Taylor Swift was in the last film adaptation. Who's Vadim? He's the guy who's behind the Creationist Cat videos. Release the butthole cut. Oh, I love you guys. All right, we got a lot of content to get to. I promised you guys a lot of DSA content. We've just been shooting the shit, and you know, as much as I love shooting the shit, we do have to get to content. So let's do this.
That's what Katie Pavlich is diving in.
All right. You all ready for our next segment? It's gonna be good stuff. I hope you guys are sticking around for it. Are you all ready for this? You don't even think it was the evangelicals? Then why the fuck were you, like, stop fucking with me and wasting my time. Jesus. All right, here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about the threat of democratic socialism rising inside the United States. It might come for you. It might come for me. It might come for any one of us. It could come for all of us.
Whoopsie.
Who can say? However, it's worth knowing.
It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level.
Anyway, we are diving into this very, very serious piece put forward by News Nation the other day, called "Inside the Democratic Socialists of America." It's a hard-hitting News Nation special report, and I, for one, am excited to finally have the wool pulled off of everyone's eyes to see the dastardly machinations within the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. I feel like we need a there we go. That sets the proper tone. Let's get into it.
That's what Katie Pavlich is diving in tonight in her show. Hi, Katie.
Indeed, and Hassan Piker is a top surrogate for DSA, so we'll be asking our guests about his statements and much more. We have Fidel Castro's daughter on as well to respond to this news story.
Yeah, she knows a thing or two about what socialism actually does.
She may know a few things about what this may do in the history that we've seen it.
Fidel Castro's daughter? Oh my God, the socialists, they're converging. They're getting more powerful. Hassan, Castro's daughter, coming together. Oh no.
But interested to see what the DSA has to say as well, given that they're an older organization that has seen a resurgence in recent months, certainly at the ballot box. So we will get into all of it. Great to see you, Leland.
Have a great show, Katie.
Well, hello and welcome to Katie Pavlich Tonight. Well, we have a different kind of show planned for you tonight, one where we spend the whole hour taking a closer look at the Democratic Socialists of America, or the DSA as we have come to know it.
Anytime they talk about, anytime one of these News Nation people talks about DSA, I'm going to drop that sound bit because I think it's funny.
The DSA is a growing movement, one that seems to be gaining more traction and becoming more powerful by the day. But what exactly is it? And is it anything like socialism and communism we've seen across the world in the past century? We'll talk to its top representatives, its supporters, and people who have left the movement. We'll also talk to people who have lived under communism disguised as socialism, including the daughter of Cuban dictator Fidel Castro. We'll begin tonight with what the DSA stands for. It just rolled out a new platform last week, and it has 5 key objectives. 1.
Can I just say I love this. Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries. Oh no. Oh no. You mean the state should make sure that you have clean water instead of a private corporation that has every incentive in the universe to like make you less safe? Oh no. Provide free, quality public education from pre-K to college and cancel all student debt? Oh no! Guarantee universal health care at no cost? Oh my god! Enact reparations? You mean they're gonna pay people back for hundreds of years of unpaid labor? Grant amnesty for all immigrants? Oh no! Truly a nightmare Mad Max hellscape planned by these democratic socialists of America. Tell us more.
Government ownership of private corporations. 2, quote, free education, including college. 3, government rent control.
Can we just also just be like, quote, free education, including college? You mean like you mean like what we have right now for kindergarten through high school? Oh, you mean adding like I don't know, like 5 years of education for anyone who wants them? Oh no, the horror. People trained in specialized fields? Oh no.
And state-run healthcare. 4, reparations for slavery. And 5, amnesty for all illegal aliens. Those are just the top 5. There are more objectives like abolishing ICE, abolishing prisons, abolishing the Supreme Court.
Wait, are the notifications not working over here? Wait a minute. I did turn it off. That's my bad. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Essential Industries sounds like an essential oils company. Fuck, that'd be a really good name for an essential oils company. God damn it, I wish I was a drop shipper. The amount of money you could make. Don't do that. Don't be a piece of shit. But Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Abolishing the Senate. We'll get into all of that. This is the DSA's policy vision heading into the November midterms. And more than 35 DSA-backed candidates have already won their primaries across the country.
Oh my god, they're spreading. Oh my god.
Creating an identity crisis for the Democrat Party. But this isn't a new movement in America. The DSA organization, as what we see today, was formed back in 1982 through a merger between the Anti-Vietnam War Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee and the New American Movement. And after struggling through the...
Oh no, you mean it has its roots in being on the right side of history insofar as it opposed Vietnam? One of the worst mistakes America has ever made? This DSA group is starting to sound kind of based.
Conservative victories of the 1980s, which brought about the end of the Soviet Union, DSA began a new period of growth in 2014 with Senator Bernie Sanders. Sanders brought democratic socialism and the renormalization of communism to the mainstream during his 2016 presidential run, of course. And by 2017, the DSA claimed 24,000 members. Today, that number has skyrocketed to more than 120,000 members, calling for an end to capitalism.
Give us a few more years, we'll have a couple million.
Sometimes violently, and fleecing taxpayers. Digging deeper, those members are overwhelmingly
wait a minute, I'm sorry. Wait, what?
120,000 members calling for an end to capitalism, sometimes violently, and fleecing taxpayers.
What does it mean to call for an end to capitalism, sometimes violently? And I gotta be honest, I don't recall any DSA candidate advocating for stealing taxpayer dollars.
Digging deeper, those members are overwhelmingly college educated, but not particularly well off. And recent polling shows some voters are more likely to support a Democratic Socialist candidate over a MAGA candidate endorsed by Trump, although capitalism still wins out with a majority of voters. So to make sense of it all, we are now joined by Grace Mauser, New York City DSA co-chair, and Bhaskar Sankara, author of the Socialist Manifesto and president of The Nation magazine. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining me.
God, I love that they have decided, News Nation, we're gonna put one of our talking heads on in between two people who are absolutely about to wreck her. Let's go. I'm so excited.
I really appreciate you taking the time to let us know what DSA is all about for people who are curious or may not know the details. So, Bhaskar, let's start with you. Let's start with what we laid out with the DSA platform, the new platform. Of course, new taxes. We've heard about wanting a Green New Deal, passed through the legislative process.
You know, this might be unfair of me, but Bhaskar looks like the kind of guy who'd be so fucking chill at a party. He'd be in the corner petting a dog with you and like smoking a joint and like just being cool as fuck.
Those are kind of normal policy positions we've seen over the last 10 years, but abolishing the Senate and the presidency and the Supreme Court, how do you plan to eliminate?
Okay, but Jack, hot woman and grungy looking fella is peak DSA pair to own a conservative. I mean, it's true. You know? Like, oh no, the 2026 Democratic Socialists of America platform abolished the Electoral College? You mean the anti-democratic machine that is designed to not allow for true democracy in America? The horror. Like, I love how this segment is like trying to place these things as if they're bad, and it's just like, wait a minute. All my homies hate the Electoral College. The Electoral College fucking sucks. You know? Or replace the president and Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen by and subordinate to Congress. Wait. You mean that we shouldn't have a supreme executive that rules like a king, and we should have a judiciary that is, you know, actually controlled by Congress, the democratically elected body of the United States? Wait a minute, that actually starts to make a little bit of sense here. Abolish the Senate? You mean one of the parts of Congress that people hate the most? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, they're spitting. Let them talk.
Those institutions constitutionally, given they are branches of our current government.
Well, I think that it's long been...
Also worth noting that Congress does have the power to make courts and alter the judiciary. Meaning that if Congress were to get its rear in gear, we could actually have Congress make like a nullification court to go over everything that the Roberts Court has ruled on and overturn if necessary. We could have Congress making like a new kind of court that is designed to like rotate the active Supreme Court. We could have Congress packing the circuit courts and like remaking how that system works. Like, that's already something that Congress could do right now. But, you know, whatever.
A demand of not just democratic socialists, but progressives all around the world to live in a more parliamentary democracy. Democracy where we aren't such an outlier among the world's countries. So if you look at the DSA's proposal for what the structure of a state should be, I just want to be clear, it looks something like the House of Commons dominated United Kingdom. You know, this isn't some sort of authoritarian leap into a one-party state.
You don't understand. Dogs and cats will become friends. There will be glitter and rainbows everywhere. Hide your grandma because she will get that hip replacement for free. Oh no.
This is just like a more parliamentary vision of a republic Obviously, certain things like abolishing the Senate is very tricky constitutionally. There would obviously need to be some sort of constitutional convention. These are far-reaching demands. There's other considerations like the Article 5, which would require a wide swath of
Honestly, Jeff Hinckley, no one has ever said something in chat as offensive as calling me Jen Psaki. But you know, that with my haircut and the hair color, you know, I'll own that insult. I'll own that insult.
Of consent to do this, but there's ways I think that we can erode what I personally see, and I know a lot of DSAers see it as the undemocratic power of the Senate.
I mean, like, I feel really fucking called out.
Gender Psaki.
I feel called out here. Gender Psaki, indeed. Fuck. Devastating.
Through measures short of abolition as well in the short term.
So just to follow up on that, I mean, the founders of this country in 1776 adopted a constitutional republic, not a representative.
Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Can we just also... I fucking love the first thing out of her mouth. This guy's just like, nah, that's wrong. You've already fucked up.
Democracy. They particularly set up the Senate to have a republic representation so that wasn't majority rule. So are you advocating that there...
No, the Senate was designed specifically to dilute the power of voters. It was specifically set up as a kind of anti-democratic system on purpose.
Vision for the future of the country be thrown out for something new?
That's absolutely incorrect. The Constitution was not established in 1776. 1776 was when we laid out the broad vision for the United States, and that was a vision.
They wanted a constitutional republic in 1776.
We experimented with many different forms of governance before landing on the Constitution. What we decided in 1776 was that we wanted to live in a country that embodied Enlightenment principles with liberty, with justice, with the pursuit of happiness. And there's many different forms that a government can take. I think we could all agree as Americans that that government should be both democratic in some form, but also should have Republican protections. So in other words, I believe deeply in the Bill of Rights, for example. So I just want to, again, push back on a certain narrative, which I'm not saying you're saying that's...
Why do the right-wing people not know history? It's because they were taught wrong as a joke. I mean, essentially. Like, a lot of them, you have to understand, their knowledge of civics begins and ends with that one course they got in high school. And for a lot of them, that might have been 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, you know? So, and they lack the curiosity to have, like, continued to investigate history and, like, continue to broaden their knowledge base. So, they're stuck.
Socialists want to get rid of everything that's good in the U.S., every protection that ordinary Americans have from the state. I think we always will need some sort of balance between democracy and rule by the majority.
Hey, Chris Zaide, someone who's also watched Kung Pao. Excellent film.
And protection for minorities and protection for individual liberties. So, of course, I agree on that point.
Yeah, that was why we have a constitutional republic, not a straight democracy where majority rule takes away the rights of the minority, which seems like you're proposing if you were to get rid of the Senate. But we'll move on. We'll move on. I want to get Grace in here.
Is a Republican platform.
Okay, Grace.
Oh, it's totally fucking her up to hear him use Republican in such a way as to not in such a way as to not mean the GOP. It's so funny.
On a call recently launching the DSA's 2026 platform, Michaela Brangan said that part of the endorsement process included candidates endorsing these policy proposals, which we just discussed. So as you move forward, is there any concern within DSA that candidates...
Wait, what did they cut out? Like, they cut something there. What did they cut out? I need to know. Was it more of this lady getting owned?
Co-signing things like abolishing the Supreme Court and the U.S. Senate are too far left, at least in this moment, to win over moderates and independents nationally?
Yeah, thanks for that question. That's a really common media narrative that we've been hearing again and again. But I think if you talk to regular people, they know that something's extremely broken.
Like, what's crazy to me is asking this question is just asking her to, like, elaborate on why Americans fucking hate Congress. Like, the approval rating for Congress is ridiculously low. Approval rating Congress. Just what is it at right now? Do we have like a graph? Ah, hell yeah. We have a graph of approval ratings of Congress over time. Here it is from...
Am I losing it, or does it feel like Grace has to talk to this host like she's 5?
No, of course not. Like, of course they have to, because also they're trying to talk to the folks watching. You know, they're trying to talk to really the audience for News Nation, who needs to be talked to, you know, at an introductory level, right? But here is the approval rating of Congress from 2009 to 2026. Congress only has a 15% approval rate, and that's relatively okay historically, you know, compared to, you know, years past. If you look back at like 2017, 2019, like it's not doing so hot. So, all that being said, if Congress right now has an approval rating of only 15%, yeah, more people than you might imagine are going to be okay with Congress, you know, being altered, you know, because people are like, well, clearly what's happening right now doesn't work. So we need to try something new.
Our political system, and they want to change it. And this is true across the political spectrum. No one who learned about the US government in our government classes in middle and high school is actually satisfied and feels like what is written in the Constitution is working for them in reality. So we want to try some new things. Yes, we expect our candidates that we endorse to embrace those ideas just as any organization would and should. And we know from talking directly to voters that they are dissatisfied too with the state of politics and the economy. So we're offering a new vision, and more people are getting on board.
It's interesting you both have mentioned the UK. We just had America's 250th birthday. I don't know why we would leave the UK just to go back to the same system that they have currently in place in their parliament, but that's another discussion.
But they're clearly not suggesting we go to the UK system. And also, when we left the UK and declared independence, we were declaring independence from a monarchy? What are you talking about?
Oshkar, do you think that voters supporting the DSA are actively
we actively hated the king and the parliament that were active at the time? The king had more power.
Favor of more in this platform, which includes defunding police and prisons, or do you think that they like the idea of voting for more socialist, quote...
Oh no! Defund the Department of War that's got record amounts of funding at the expense of the money that was supposed to help your Mima stay in her nursing home? Oh no! Stop genocide from happening? Oh no! Abolish the secret police that are abducting people off the streets? The horror.
free stuff that you guys are calling for in terms of what you don't want to have to be funded by personal means, but rather through the state.
This is what I was trying to talk about the other day, how like conservative coverage of DSA is doing so much to recruit for DSA. It's crazy. Most people watching this are like, wait a minute, this sounds incredible. I should become part of DSA. And if you're watching out there, you can become part of DSA. Join our Discord. There's a link down below in the description, and you can reach out to Gamergy, and she'll help you make it to your very first DSA meeting. We want to help you become part of political change in America. We'll help you do it. All right, let's go, folks. And you can also join your local Dems too. That doesn't hurt. And you can reach out to Dragonfly for help doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, let's say someone could be a libertarian and only agree with 80 or 90% of the libertarian platform. I personally am not in favor of defunding the police, but I am in favor of the overall vision laid out by the Democratic Socialists of America, which is to say, what is the point of having a police and prison system? Is it not to deter crime and also to rehabilitate people, to bring people back into society? I think we could all look at our prison system and say that we often are taking people who've committed crimes, but turning them into far...
Remember, the same chucklefucks who are saying, we don't want to go back to England's system with a king, are the same ones advocating for God Emperor Trump.
Oh, 100%. They're the same ones who are like posting AI-generated images of Donald Trump as like the Emperor of Man from Warhammer and thinking how cool and based it would be if he ruled forever, you know? 100% Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. There isn't a genocide in Gaza. There is an ongoing genocide in Gaza. They are continuing to throttle aid. They are continuing to bomb the folks in Gaza. And they are continuing to seize land in Gaza, systematically depriving people of their ability to return home. It is a mass ethnic cleansing campaign that is, in fact, part of a wider genocidal campaign.
Are more hardened criminals who have no recourse when they get out of prison. No easy.
Lol, most of them do the King Trump thing because it annoys people. This is the thing, I just want to throw this out there before we continue, but this is a thing that I see a lot where like, oh, no, they're just posting the Trump memes because it's a joke. I've spent a lot of time on the internet, and specifically, I've spent a lot of time in the deeply conservative circles of like 4chan, 8chan, stuff like that. I've like seen what they talk about on there, and I can tell you for sure that when you go to far-right forums online, they post, you know, the most hateful things you can possibly imagine about all sorts of minorities, and they will always, always, always say that it's a joke. Always. And what happens with these groups is that they will say it's a joke. I'm just joking, bro. You can't handle a joke. Haha. If you react first and get triggered, you effectively lose the social interaction, right? But what that does is it normalizes the action, it normalizes the ideology, and it ingrains it until suddenly one day everyone is sitting around and suddenly no one is joking. They all actually believe that shit. They actually believe the hateful rhetoric. They actually believe the joke. It's effectively a form of collective gaslighting. And it's, I don't think, good to embrace collective gaslighting as a positive when it comes to things like, oh, hey, we should have Donald Trump be president forever. Let's see. See if I can find this real quick. You know, like, it's all just a joke until it's not. For nearly half of Trump voters, overt appreciation of Hitler is acceptable. As when Trump reportedly praised the generals who served Adolf Hitler in World War II, and when Trump suggested that Hitler did some good things, which again was reported on widely in the press. Recent polling from YouGov presents Americans with a series of questions related to Trump's reported comments. For example, poll respondents were asked what they would do if a candidate they supported said that Hitler had done some good things. Only a quarter of people said they would still support that candidate. A plurality said they would support the candidate's opponent. Among Republicans, though, 2/3 said they would stick with the candidate or were not sure what they would do. Among those who said they plan to vote for Trump this year, just under half said they would vote for the candidate anyway. So when we're talking about this, like, it is worth remembering it's all jokes until suddenly it's not. It's all jokes until suddenly it's not. And I was trying to find this clip. I don't know if I can find the exact clip. There was an interview with the Trump voter that I thought was interesting and relevant here, but I saw it a while ago. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find this one as quickly as I'd like. Let's continue.
The avenue, at least, back into normal life. So I think there are certain of these issues that if we take the most extreme form of the rhetoric, or I'm not saying you're doing this, but sort of the most extreme sort of rendering, it seems like something scary to people. But I think what ordinary candidates, and this is why DSA candidates are winning all over the country, are saying is that
Current GOP meeting. Audio only.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Hitler.
Heil 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 Hitler.
Yeah, it's truly, truly the modern GOP meeting. God. Jojo Rabbit was a strange film. But very much worth watching.
Listen, the old way isn't working. We need to rethink the way in which we handle our prisons, for instance. And I think that is a noble goal, though obviously we need to get into the policy nitty-gritty of all these issues.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, that extreme narrative isn't coming from people opposed to DSA. It's coming from people inside DSA actively saying during your organizing meetings that we want to abolish prisons. So I understand that you don't agree with everything that a party has to offer, but that's coming from inside of your the organization you're a part of.
If I could jump in here, I would take a page out of Senator Sanders' handbook and say that the radical thing is not the idea that we should decrease our incarcerated population. The radical position is that America should have the most people in prison of any country in modern history, which is the current state of affairs. And I think if you ask most Americans if they think that is not only fiscally responsible, but morally conscionable, they would say no.
Okay.
Jesus fuck, she just got bodied. She just got bodied so hard. Because, yeah, of course, the radical position is that we should have the largest the radical position is we should have the largest incarcerated population on planet Earth. That is radical. That's actually a fucking insane thing to suggest that the United States should have. And yet conservatives are out here acting like it's the most normal thing in the world to essentially have enslaved like 250,000 people to produce license plates and like soaps and shit. Yeah, why would News Nation post this? Graphic violence depicted. No attempt to censor it.
I think lots of Americans would say they want violent crime to be reduced and that they want criminals
But I don't
who
think
commit
they want
that
to
to be
have
in
the
prison.
highest number of prisons of any country.
I also, just worth noting that our prisons don't reduce the recidivism rate. We know of other countries that have prisons that do reduce the recidivism rate. And They're the prisons that conservatives make fun of in places like Sweden and Norway. Those prisons actually do reduce the rate at which people recommit crimes after they've been incarcerated. Here in America, we've effectively just said, well, you deserve to be enslaved and tortured if you go into prison. And, maybe you deserve to be raped too. Like, that is the default position conservatives have on prison in America. And you can tell because that's exactly what got supercharged when it came to concentration camps for undocumented people.
Modern history, and that's what we want to do. All right, so let's move to Hassan Piker, who of course is one of your top campaign surrogates. He's been campaigning for DSA candidates in New York City and all over the country. He also just started displaying a newspaper from September 12th, 2001, in the background of his stream showing the Twin Towers engulfed in flames. So as one of the loudest pro-DSA voices, is this something that your movement represents?
Hassan is a shock jock, and he is a very successful one that has brought a lot of young people who are disaffected, who spend a lot of time online, into a movement that actually connects them with their politics and with real action that they can take at the ballot box and talking to their neighbors. So I'm not in the business of defending the views of every single one of our 120,000 members, but I think he's speaking to a real anger that people feel, and that we are turning into something that is a democratic revolution. And I want to emphasize the democratic aspect. We know
what's wild is that this is a perfect parry. It's incredible. We're seeing it. We're seeing it happen in real time.
Perfect. No way endorse any sort of violent overthrow, and we are winning at the ballot box because of the vision that we have put forward.
So just to follow up on that, as a DSA co-chair with one of your top surrogates, Hassan Piker, who is at all of the parties when your candidates win, he's been campaigning in Michigan for your Senate candidate. You can't just say what he said about murdering capitalists and watching their blood run in the streets is wrong and not part of what DSA stands for?
I mean, I just said we would never endorse violence.
But particularly him and what he has said about this and murdering capitalists, millions of Americans who believe in capitalism across the country.
I want her to say, did I stutter? Did I stutter?
I'm pretty sure I very clearly answered your question. We would never
It's a yes
endorse...
or no question.
What is the question? If I endorse what he said?
Do you endorse what he said?
Okay, great. He's endorsing violence, but it's also a shock jock. And I think you're plenty familiar with the role those play in the media ecosystem.
So he's endorsed.
She's so tilted. Fuck.
Violence, but he's still welcome to campaign with your candidates in races across the country.
We really value the platform that he brings and the viewers that he brings, yes, and the anger that he speaks to, and he turns that into something
his
productive.
Second biggest flaw in my book. He's improving his fashion choices on stream.
This is true. It's deeply problematic. He's correcting one of his previous weak points, and it is it's disturbing how powerful it's making him. Which, I don't have a problem with, except it's making it harder for me to reach my goal of being bigger than Hassan. Every time he corrects one of his weaknesses, it makes it harder for me to catch up. And that's difficult, because sure, I want to get into my suit era too, but I don't have the money to get the tailoring he has access to. Anyway, what did DSA types say about the homeless? That they should be housed. We should have housing first initiatives in every part of America.
Okay,
if I could jump in just on the Hassan point, I do think that Hassan Piker is often speaking to people who are quite angry, who are out on the fringes of the political movement, and he's telling them, even if his rhetoric, and again, it's hard to, I'm trusting you on the context, but he's often telling these people that actually there's a route to your anger that's through constructive
He's certainly giving them a
politics,
route.
through democratic politics, through campaigning for candidates with quite, boring.
Jack, you are more fashionable than him. Example, last night's jacket. That's true, but I also need to work out so I can be like sexy lady yoked. That's the problem, right? Like I need to continue to work on myself. There's a lot of work left to do, but every time he makes himself stronger, that makes more work for me. And I am at heart a lazy person. I want to play video games. But you know what? I will do what I have to do. Okay? Just don't wear a Mao jacket. Why would I wear the jacket of an authoritarian? I fucking hate authoritarianism.
Demands like Medicare for all and other demands like that. And I think the corollary is on the right.
It does, but we want as many strong leftists as possible. Yeah. Like I'm not actually upset.
I don't condemn the Trump supporters from Republican Party for not condemning every single member of their
He's a top surrogate. We have to move on. We got a lot to get to. And I really appreciate both of you being here and explaining and answering the questions.
Incoming Noi from Dorahadoro Jack Ark.
Unironically, like I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Okay, like I've got some muscle built up. I just need to make the cardio happen more consistent. But we're gonna get there. Maybe I'll do a Noi cosplay at some point. That'd be fun. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Sankara, thank you for joining us. And Grace, stay with us. We will hear from 2 other guests and get your reaction to them in just a second. So you may have heard of an online personality.
Yeah, by the way, we're only like halfway through this segment. I'm so happy News Nation put this together. This is like my just like an early Christmas gift. This is wonderful. I'm so excited because it's just 40 minutes of News Nation conservatism getting owned over and over and over again. It's wonderful.
Named Hassan Piker, we just talked about him. He's quickly becoming one of the biggest mouthpieces for the DSA, and lately he has nothing but praise for China's chairman.
How can he be one of the biggest mouthpieces if he has one of the smallest heads? Proportionally, that just doesn't make sense. Like, if he has if he's one of the smallest talking heads, how could he have one of the biggest mouthpieces? That just doesn't make sense.
And Mao. Piker says Mao changed the entire planet. Others say he did so by enacting policies that led to the deaths of tens of millions of Chinese people. We wanted to talk to people who have had direct experience living under socialism.
I mean, I do have to say, I do think that praising Mao is cringe as fuck for Hassan to do. I don't care for it. And I think he should cut it out. But that's just me.
And communism. So joining us now is G. Van Fleet, who lived under Mao and is the author of Mao's America, and Alina Fernandez Revuelta, Fidel Castro's daughter and a Cuba anti-communist activist. Thank you both for being here. So, let's start with you. When you hear commentators like Hassan Piker with massive young audience praising figures like Mao as someone who changed the world for the better, what are your concerns about that narrative?
It's just totally disgusting. And he is a communist, and we all know about it. But he is a communist who knows very little about real communism. He thought, and he said,
"Wait, but China isn't real communism. This is what makes me mad. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. China had literally all 3 of those things in spades. Even during Mao's time. Like, if anything, you could call it like a dictatorship, but it wasn't serving the general welfare. Like, it bothers me a lot because it confuses and muddies the waters, and sometimes I wonder if it's being done purposely, but when we're Hassan's not wrong. He's just really bad at talking. I mean, that could also very well be. It also doesn't help that they're not really fully quoting him because I have no idea what he's actually saying about this. It's weird that people still call China communist. Exactly. Like, China's not communist. China's a fucking capitalist state, and they were engaged in state capitalism prior to the Dengist revolution that opened up like the free enterprise zones across China, and now like it's basically just capitalism, you know? But like, if communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society, China has always been in what, you know, would maybe, if you were being extraordinarily charitable and taking them at face value, the early stages of a transition to communism. The argument being that, and this stems from like the period of time during like the you know, the, oh god, what's it called? The Communist Internationale, which is this period where it became clear that there were two distinct branches of socialism forming, which were revolutionary socialism, i.e., we need to violently overthrow the state in order to impose a socialist order, and evolutionary socialism, which is, hey, in order for socialism to actually work, you need to embrace the principles of socialism, which is democracy. You need to convince enough people that democracy in the economy and democracy in the government are both good things. And I am firmly in the camp of being an evolutionary socialist. I do believe in socialism, but I believe in arriving to it by convincing people that it's the right thing to do, and using the democratic levers of power that exist in order for us to transition. And I think that that is far more effective because, as you can see, the revolutionary attempts to impose communism have been colossal failures by and large, and have resorted and turned into dictatorships. And they use the language of dictatorship of the proletariat to kind of mask what was happening, but I am virulently anti-authoritarian, and I reject the notion that we need like an authoritarian dictator to transition us to a democratic future, because I just don't believe that is, I don't believe that that's the path forward. I think that that results in a lot of suffering. I think that results in a lot of bloodshed, and I think that that is ultimately deeply a deep betrayal to what it means to be committed to the socialist project. But that's me.
That, oh, there's some excesses. Yeah, it's just 18 million people, no big deal. But he also have no idea that Mao killed more communists than any other communist leader. Mao killed so many communists. Actually, the Cultural Revolution is Mao's inquisition. Absolutely killed and or persecuted most of his comrades. And then the second,
Jack, that's exactly what Hassan is doing. He's telling his voters to join DSA. Yeah, like I am aware of Hassan's content. I dislike how he talks about China and Mao quite a bit. I dislike the embrace of authoritarians who, you know, wrap themselves in communism, which Hassan has done in the past, and I just disagree with that. I think he and I are aligned on most things. That's one of the things where I'm just like, I wish he hadn't done that. I think that's bad, actually. But I do believe that he's committed to the DSA project. I don't believe he is a revolutionary socialist in the sense of he wants to like take over America and like install a dictator. I don't believe that. And I do think that this is an attempt to smear him, obviously. I'm just stating that, like, the way he talked about Mao invited this exact kind of response in a way that I find deeply unhelpful to what he's trying to advocate for. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not condemning him. I just think that he made a mistake.
On a side note, Calling your cat Mao is pretty incredible if you understand Mandarin, as Mao is cat.
Mao is a great cat name. That is true.
Number 2.
You could also call a cat Chairman Meow. You could do that.
Person of the Communist Party in China, was the president of China. He was persecuted to death by Mao because Mao considered him a rival.
Love you, Jack, but how do you? But some of your thoughts on socialism are a bit short-sighted. How do you defend your socialist project without authority if capitalists are trying to destroy your society? You build up democratic power. You build up the kind of democratic power that allows you to crush and redistribute the wealth that makes capitalists a threat in the first place. And by building up that democratic political power, you are then in a position to have the mandate of the people. And also, if capitalists want to beef with you about it, you also then democratically control the levers of power all the way to the top, which basically defangs them. And if they want to fuck with the military of one of the most powerful nations on earth, be my guest. But like, that is, I will tell you, going to be the final nail in the coffin of any kind of capitalist power if that is the direction things go. So the reason I advocate for democratic means is because if and when things do get nasty because the capitalists are angry at getting taxed and having to pay their fair share in society, they find themselves aligned up against the entire political and polity of America. You need a united front in order to beat them. As it has always been, they have money, we have people, and the project is building up enough people so that they realize it's a doomed prospect to try and pick a fight with that many people, regardless of how much money they have. And then you slowly, over time, demonstrate the benefits of redistributing that amount of wealth that they are hoarding for themselves to the general public through public works projects, through investment in different technologies, through bettering people's lives, etc. And then suddenly it kind of becomes like your entire socialist project, democratic socialism itself, becomes kind of a third rail where if capitalists attempt to fuck with it, like, they find themselves on the wrong side of basically everybody. So that's kind of the thing. Like, the entire project isn't short-sighted. I would argue it's actually long-sighted. It's far-sighted. You got I would argue that my proposal is to build a snowball. This might be a silly comparison, but in RTS competitive play, you have the concept of building up a death ball, which is you build up a critical mass of units before you attack, and then you just like rampage through your opponent's base until you win. Because the amount of units you have assembled is simply too overwhelming for them to do much about. I'm proposing basically a similar concept, but with political power and no actual violence. Full communism couldn't exist with our species? I disagree. A blitz attack? Not a blitz attack. It's just a project of building political power. It's just that the kind of political power we have access to as individuals organizing in society is a kind of power that capitalists literally are incapable of developing for themselves. Because capitalists can only develop power by purchasing it, whereas we develop power by organizing collectively. And eventually, our organizing is worth more than their dollars. And then we win. Suggesting we construct additional pylons? Exactly. You get it. The only concern I have with communism is the stateless part. And that might be we run into issues. but I don't have a solution to every issue with communism. Again, it's why I call myself a socialist rather than a communist, because I do believe that we have a path forward to get to democratic worker co-ops as the primary driver of our economic activity. And that would basically fulfill the requirement of, worker ownership of the means of production. And like, that's something that I know we can get to. That's something I know in my mind and in my heart and in my bones that we can get to. I'm not so sure about what the steps between, worker ownership of the means of production and abolishing the commodity form, getting rid of class and money. I have no idea how you get from point B to point C, but I figure that'll be a problem for when we reach point B. I'm nothing if not pragmatic.
So I just want to Hassan Piker to know. He will be the first one to go. If
Jesus Christ. Hassan Piker, you're going to be the first one to the wall. Like, holy shit, lady.
Well, Mao Zedong killed.
My cousin had cats named Chairman Meow and Fidel Castro. That's very funny. I like that. Love that for your cousin.
Yeah, he's just too opinionated and he's rich. That's enough for him to be considered the enemy of the state.
Well,
good thing we're not discussing making America a dictatorship, huh? And instead discussing how we can expand democracy.
Mao killed so many people that he actually lowered the life expectancy rate for the entire planet for the period of a decade, which is just...
Can we also just... I know we're getting really sidetracked here. I know this is turning into a really long segment, but I do want to say, when it comes to talking about, for example, just one of the most basic prerequisites for socialism and communism, worker ownership of the means of production is like the thing. Like that's the thing that Marx talks about in his writings. And my question is, when people want to call China communist under Mao or the USSR communist under Stalin, or any of his subsequent successors, like, did workers own the means of production in either of those societies? No, they didn't. The line from the state was that all workers participate in the state. And so when the state owns shit, technically workers own that shit. But that's not what worker ownership of the means of production means. It means owning the place where you work. It is not the abstract idea that by participating in a political system, you then, own in some kind of national sense, like the farm you work on. It means having agency to run the farm you work on. Like that's a vital, important part. God.
Just astonishing. But Alina, what are your thoughts when you hear DSA more generally talking about this type of democratic socialism? As you know better than anyone else, the Castro regime promised socialism and ended up with 8,000 firing squad.
Well, Billy the Kid, it's also worth noting that people aren't inherently selfish. The reason human beings have succeeded as a species is because we work in social groups. We work collectively. We work together. Every civilization that has ever existed exists because of human cooperation. And, that's possible because we're a social species. So when we talk about, when we talk about this shit, it's genuinely like I reject the notion that people are just inherently selfish. Like our survival has been predicated for millennia on us working together.
Executions and not letting people leave the island.
Well, that speech is the typical one. You know, communism, they try to turn people against people. It's always like that. You are a traitor if you don't think alike. You are in jail if you express yourself like he's doing so violently. But actually, in communist society, that's what they do. They encourage confrontation. They encourage violence among the same people. Cubans against Cubans, Chinese against Chinese, family against family. It's terrible. And it's very upsetting to see that something is very wrong in the educational system in this country when people really don't know who Mao Zedong was, or who Stalin was, or who Fidel Castro was.
So, Alina, just a follow up on that, for the DSA leaders who say, look, we're an organization that is all about making sure that people who have issues with the current economy, who don't think the current political system is working for them, and therefore we should change it, and this is our outline of how we can do that with our platform. What is your response to them saying we're offering policy solutions through a democratic process? This isn't communism like you're talking about from Cuba.
It is. People get attached to things where they're promised for free. And, these regimes have the legend that education and healthcare is for free. But what you don't know is that you get a salary of maybe $10 a month. That's generous. And if you go to a grocery store in one of those countries, you have the same prices that the grocery store here in the United States. It's so abusive, it's so inhuman, it's so humiliating for society that I cannot describe it in such a short period of time. Free, but what you don't know is that you get a salary of maybe $10 a month. That's generous. And if you go to a grocery store in one of those countries, you have the same prices that the grocery store here in the United States. It's so abusive, it's so inhuman, it's so humiliating for society that I cannot describe it in such a short period of time.
The reason I played that twice is because it's incredible to say all of this without pointing out that part of the reason Cuba has such dire economic constraints is because the United States blockades trade to Cuba. Like, the United States has been blocking supplies to Cuba for decades. That's, like, there's no reason Cuba should be impoverished other than the United States has a standing policy to actively impoverish it.
We'll have you back. We'll have you back to talk about it because this issue is certainly not going away, especially in this election cycle. But G, I heard you or saw you nodding your head when Alina was speaking. What did you want to say about what she said?
Yeah, I can of course add to it, but I also want to address what the two guests before you talk about prison. I think that China itself is a big prison. Let's make it clear. And also in China, it's not just violent criminals. They are prisoners of conscience. And once we get away from our republic, we will have like a mob rule, and the prison will fill up quickly. And that time, it's not criminals. It's people who committed thought crimes.
All right, so with that, let's bring it back in New York City DSA co-chair Grace Mauser to join us with this conversation.
Oh, this lady's about to go beyond plus ultra. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. She's about to demolish all three of these chumps.
Conversation and to address what you both have said. Grace, you just heard from Alina and she. They're both still with.
Also, can I just say her shirt looks very comfortable. I'm kind of jealous.
us on the show. How would you convince them that your style of socialism in America would be different than their experiences in Cuba and China that they see happening now and the echoes of the platform that they're very familiar with?
Well, I'm certainly not sure I can convince them in the next few minutes, and I really want to respect the experiences that they've gone through. But the difference to me is really our emphasis on democracy. If the majority of Americans are not interested in these policies, they will not be enacted. And the majority of Americans right now aren't yet. So we don't have anything close to socialism, and we don't have anything close to what we're talking about. But more and more Americans are interested in it, and the way that they're expressing that is in the ballot box. And we are extremely committed to doing that. We are interested in
I love that this exactly parallels what I'm talking about. It's wonderful, it's wonderful when I go into a segment and I haven't pre-watched and I go off on what I feel like might be an excessive tangent, and then suddenly that tangent becomes extremely relevant to what is being discussed, because essentially what she's saying is that the difference between what's happening in the United States and what happened in Cuba and China...
I didn't recognize the DSA company chair at first, but her nose has a familiar ring.
Does she have a nose ring? It's hard for... Yeah, she does. God damn it, Stock. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But it is very fun because she's exactly talking about the difference between revolutionary socialism and evolutionary socialism. And she's like, the fundamental difference here is we are employing democracy, which ideally kind of sidesteps the concerns about like, oh no, what if there's, 14 million people dead by the end of this? Because you're getting the majority of the country on your side first, which should preclude any kind of like mass act of violence. And since it is continuing to rely on democratic rule, whoever is doing mass violence internally is not going to rule democratically for very long. But let's let her cook.
Achieving a path that's closer to something that Denmark or Norway has gone through, where they have had a political revolution through the ballot box rather than something like what China or Cuba has gone through.
Alina, what is your response to what Grace has just said?
I will highly recommend to establish scholarships for your people to go to live in China for at least 3 to 6 months, and in Cuba to learn really what that system is able to give.
Hell yeah. Let's do it. You know what? That's a great idea. We should have more cultural exchange programs with China and Cuba. You're right. That's a wonderful idea. Let's do it.
For the future.
G,
it will be very educational.
G, as a follow-up to... Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say that when you put whatever adjective...
This new Red Scare bullshit is coming for us. Paul Robeson laughed it off. Pete Seeger did time in the state pen till his conviction got thrown out. If we're all stubborn bastards together, we win.
Hell yeah. It's one of the reasons why I'm not getting psyched out about like NSPM7 or whatever, and NSP7, whatever it's called. I forget the exact acronym. But I'm not going to worry about that because functionally, whether it is a terrifying threat or an empty one, these bastards are going to do what they're going to do. But I'm going to persist and I'm going to remain consistent. And if we all stick together, we will get through this and we will fucking win. Excellent point, Begrackle. Thank you for the $10 super chat.
In front of communism or in front of socialism, it doesn't change its nature. It is still communism, it's still socialism. And you can say, oh, the people want free stuff. Let's just have free stuff. Remember, this country is built as a constitutional republic. Just because you and your friends want free stuff, and then we can just get free stuff. That's communism. And that never work out. Eventually, in communism, things will run out quick enough so everybody end with nothing. And I was there, lived through it. So young people like you.
Man, I love this lady because like she's making her point look terrible in comparison. Because number one, obviously there are countries that have like Medicare for all like policies and they haven't collapsed. Obviously that there are systems we could put in place that would make America better and less bad for working people. And so like when she starts coming in here and she's just like, you all just want free stuff, and it's just like, whoa, like, yeah, but also other countries can have it. America isn't so exceptional that we need to put up with exceptionally bad treatment for working class people. Like, goddamn.
Please read some history, learn history.
I would love to respond to that with some examples of this free stuff we're talking about. Public education, public schools are free to Americans. We want to extend that to younger children. Things like Social Security is a benefit that all Americans have paid into, and many people like that. Medicare and Medicaid. We believe that that program should be extended, not just to the elderly and the low income, but the middle class and working class as well. These programs are actually already part of American lives, and Americans really like them, and I think would support, across the political spectrum, support the idea of them being expanded.
All right, I just want to ask a follow-up.
She's so fucking good at this. She's so good at this. She just made that lady look like a fucking chump. Oh my god. That's crazy. Okay, someone asked a really interesting and important question. What's the incentives to start a business under communism? That's a great question, right? So, here's my theory, if you will. Under socialism, right, where we have democratic control over workplaces, for example, you effectively transition from privately owned corporations and companies to democratic worker co-ops, where everyone who works at a place has a say in how it's run, has a say in what their working conditions are, has a say in what their compensation is, etc. Right? We can go into more detail on that another time, but essentially that's what you get, right? And under that system, you still have profit incentive for people to work together and run a successful business, because the more successful you are, the more you can like grow your business or, you know, invest in yourself and your fellow employees, right? But when you're talking about, so there's incentive there to start a democratic worker co-op and to work in that system, because the harder you work, the better you do as a collective economic enterprise, the more you can like take time off, or the more you can pay one another. Like that's a pretty good incentive, actually. It's a much better incentive actually than exists right now under capitalism, where you just have to hope your dipshit boss decides to promote you if you want to make more money. The other thing, and the thing I find to be even more interesting, is if you then look down the road at what would incentivize people to work together under full-on communism. You know, you have a stateless, classless, moneyless society. What's left to motivate people? And the answer that I have to that is that I think we would have a fundamental shift in what incentives look like, you know? Because I think the shift would be, how do you want to like serve your community, serve your neighbors? And it would be a shift of prioritizing money and like base accumulation of wealth so as to enrich yourself and make yourself safe in our economic system. And it would be a shift away from that to, how do I want to serve my neighbors? You know, because there are some people who just like fixing stuff. There are some people who just like, you know, would collect garbage because like it's fun to ride around on the garbage truck and like, take it to the dump. Like there are people who are just really into doing those things. And it would be, what do you personally want to do? And maybe there would be incentives for less pleasant jobs. Like maybe there would be a greater social prestige for people who do less desirable jobs. But the incentive to do things under communism would be a specifically very, very different. And I think to those of us right now living under capitalism, it would feel maybe almost alien how different the incentive structure would be. But that again is something that like I find interesting to think about as like a thought experiment. I think it is also far beyond what will be achieved in my lifetime, so I'm not gonna get too stressed out about the details. But great question.
Question, Grace, about something you said about Denmark going to, getting structured like a European, quote, socialist country rather than a Chinese communist style or Cuba. You have all these conferences around the country, one of them being in Silicon Valley at the DSA conference. You have posters that show socialists that you guys look up to. One of them is Assata Shakur, who murdered a New Jersey state police officer and fled to Cuba. She did that in the 1970s. Then you have also Che Guevara, who was Argentinian, helped Fidel Castro establish his regime and oversaw executions. So why is it that the DSA is endorsing these kinds of quote socialists rather than, I don't see much about Denmark in the material you guys are handing out or in your platform?
I'm so sorry. I actually don't know what you're talking about because in our DSA office, we don't have any of those posters. So I'm not sure I'm able to respond to the question you're asking.
I'm sorry. It really appears like you might be full of shit. I'm really sorry.
Okay, well, people can see it on your DSA website. Go ahead.
Can I say something too?
About education? We poured so much money in public education, and it failed miserably. Look at what happened in Baltimore. We have so much money there, and not one student passed.
You're so right, crazy old lady. We shouldn't have any public education. We should get rid of K through 12 schools. You're so right. It should all be private schools, and the children should once again go to work in the mines. You're so right. How brilliant.
The examination. And it's not like we don't have enough money there. And for education, my question is, the money never solved the problem. So, and you want to expand that failure model to younger?
Look, I have a lot of skepticism about this idea of like money has never solved the problem, because money has solved an awful lot of problems.
Kids? No way.
All right. Can I say something? I would like to say, Grace, that I think we should approach positions because I think we can learn from each other instead of being in opposite ends of the vision for a better future.
Absolutely.
I think that's good.
You know what? Love that approach much better. You know what? Let's learn from each other. I like that. Let's go with that option.
Advice. All right. Alina Fernandez, Revuelta, G. Van Fleet, and Grace Mauser. Thank you all for joining me. Great to see you. All right, and now we're going.
Guys, we still have an entire 16 minutes of this left. I'm so happy. This is my Super Bowl.
I'm going to hear from former members of the Democratic Socialists of America about why they left the movement. Joining me now, Jake Altman. He's the author of the book Socialism Before Sanders.
His head shape is incredible. His head shape is I'm at a loss.
and spent years as a DSA member, and Father Robert Circio, who is now a Catholic priest, but spent years as a socialist activist. Great to see you both. So Jake, you were a member of the DSA since the 15 years ago, 2010s. What initially drew you to the movement, and why did you leave?
I had been involved in the labor.
Did we forget to tell you that socialism is bad?
You know, they're trying their best to tell us that socialism is bad, and yet
movement and had interacted with some other groups on the left that were at the time more extreme than DSA. And I was looking to, work in a productive way.
Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate your support.
With a group on the left to be pragmatic and build something tangible. DSA appealed to me at that time. I can say the organization has changed dramatically since I first joined.
And how has it changed?
We've seen, even going back to 2015,
Wait a minute, is this guy about to say he got embroiled in like some online kerfuffle? I get the distinct impression that this guy got like made fun of online and, crashed out.
I raised concerns about the direction of the organization. There were young members who were very interested in working with extremist groups on the left, Leninist groups. I can remember I was asked to do a debate. I raised concerns to a national leader. I said, I might not be the right person. I see the direction the organization is headed in. Are you sure I should be the one representing the organization? And at the time I was told, yes, Jake, we agree with you. It's just a few people clustered around Jacobin magazine.
Okay.
Wait, I don't think Jacobin magazine is full of Leninists, though. Wait a minute.
Fast forward to today. I think we see now, looking at DSA, there are all kinds.
The dude on the left is 1 billion% a Zionist, mad about the anti-Zionist resolution. Oh, that could be. That did make a lot of people mad.
Of communist caucuses in the organization.
Do you think they're being honest about their democratic socialism?
Well, yeah, but wait, like, pretending like DSA has never been a big tent organization before is deeply dishonest. They've been big tent the entire time, as far as I've been aware. Like, yeah, there are gonna be some crazy people online saying shit that's wild, but like that's not representative of the wider organization.
Or are they just using that as a nice way to say the things that they can't really get away with publicly because the American public is not there yet?
I think there's a whitewash campaign underway to say this is nice, cozy Scandinavian social democracy when it is not.
Father,
I also, like, if this guy was actually active in DSA, I just want to point out that this guy is being deeply dishonest. Like, the idea that, oh, there's a whitewashing campaign going on to say that this is Scandinavian socialism when it's not. But, like, as we talked about earlier today, DSA is a decentralized organization. There are many different chapters that have members that believe many different things. And when he's like, well, there's a communist caucus and that's bad. Like, yeah, but it's always been Big Tent. There's nothing new or different about that. And like, a lot of folks in DSA are and have been farther left than just the Nordic model.
You worked inside a number of these campaigns. What is your perspective on why you decided to leave DSA and where it is now?
Well, I go back to the New Left days in the early 70s. I worked with Jane Fonda and Tom Hayden in the Campaign for Economic Democracy. Was somewhat involved in the farm workers movement, the gay movement, the beginnings of the gay movement, the beginnings of the feminist movement, the tail end of the Vietnam War protests.
Real liberalism, it sounds.
Yeah, well, what's interesting about it is how much has not changed. The conversation that I listened to with the DSA members was very similar to the kind of dynamics and debates we were having in our collective discussions at the time. The more radical members and the more moderate members and those in between who hadn't quite made up their mind.
When I know phrenology is a debunked pseudoscience, do they keep putting examples that make me doubt that?
You know, It's kind of like when I'm like, well, phrenology is absolutely bullshit science, but then I see a cop on screen. You know, like, it just kind of be like that sometimes. You know, I can't explain it. I don't think it validates phrenology whatsoever. I just think that the overlap between cop and thumb face is genuinely wild. And honestly, this guy kind of has low-key cop face. I don't know how to interpret that, but I think you guys know what I mean.
I think there was a telling line from Grace when she said, well, he's just a shock jock, but we're very grateful for the thousands of young people who have been attracted to that. That's the point. That when you speak in those terms, those are the kinds of people that you are drawing. And if
you mean young people who are highly politically motivated to unfuck the country so they have a real future? You know, kind of like the kinds of people who are very, very opposed to the Vietnam War. Which, again, you should know because you organized against the Vietnam War with DSA in the 70s.
The leadership of the organization cannot moderate that kind of language, that kind of attitude, that what ends up happening is the democracy that you had in France.
It's impossible to unfuck the country? No, it's not. It's never impossible to improve things.
The French Revolution, which was in effect a socialist manifestation of the Enlightenment. I don't think that it has to be that way, but that's the way it works out. Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, Lord Acton said, who was an observer of the French revolutions that went on. And what convinced me ultimately and drew me back to my own faith, which I had abandoned about that time, was a deeper understanding of what private property was and its connection not just to material things, but to the life, the effort, the intelligence, the capacity of the human person who puts his or her life into mixing labor with the world.
This guy's a fucking kook. This guy's a kook. Like, I'm sorry, we need to back up for a minute.
For life, intelligence, to a deeper understanding of what private property was. And
private property, when we're talking about capitalism, is distinct from personal property, right? Private property is owned by capital. It's owned by the business owner for use of the business, right? So when we're talking about private property, we're not talking about the spiritual melding of when someone melds their labor into, their work and into the private property they have. If you actually valued that, you would be in favor of socialism. You'd be in favor of worker ownership of the means of production, which in fact does value when labor and effort meld with material, right? Because when you have worker ownership of the means of production, it means that you as a worker in a factory own the factory with your fellow workers in that factory. And you collectively get to decide what is done with the proceeds of your labor. You collectively get to decide what your working conditions are. You collectively get to work together. And so when we're talking about valuing this spiritual melding of labor and private, property, the thing that does that is worker ownership of the means of production. It's not, workers doing their workday, putting their blood, sweat, and tears and effort into a job, and then all of that effort being siphoned up into profit by the guy who just happens to own the building, which is what happens right now under capitalism.
This connection, not just to material things, but to the life, the effort, the intelligence, the capacity of the human person who puts his or her life into mixing labor with the world, with the material world.
Yeah, isn't Bob's Mill like that? Yes, actually. Yes. You can, in fact, make democratic worker co-ops right now in America. Many companies right now in America are democratic worker co-ops, which is why I can see the path from where we are now to point A, which is democratic ownership of the means of production, which would entail effectively just making it easier to start democratic worker co-ops and making it easier to transition existing companies into democratic worker co-ops, right? It's not actually a crazy idea once you start understanding that, one, they already exist right now, and two, are wildly beneficial for both the local economy and the people who work at them, and three, that you have pathways to transitioning to worker ownership already. It just needs to be more enforced by law in some cases, and it needs to be easier to start democratic worker co-ops. So, like, all of that said, it's also democratic worker co-ops are more efficient because the people working at that job know how to do their jobs better than like some fucking dipshit who's part of a venture capital firm, So, all that being said, like, it's just, I think there are great arguments to be made for democratic ownership of the means of production.
Producing profits which serve other people. They are right to complain about the state of society today.
Sure.
Because we hardly have a free market. Those were good examples of socialist or socialist forms of organization, Social Security or Medicare or public schools. Not that we don't care about the well-being of people. We are concerned about the security, the social security of people. We're concerned about the education of people. But look at each of those bureaucratic institutions and how they fail to achieve the very object that they claim to be oriented toward.
Right.
That's what socialism does. It's filled with good intentions, but it ends up in horrendous misery, as we heard from the two ladies from China and Cuba. Both.
Again, I feel like the co-chair for DSA in New York made the excellent point that the difference between the, Cuba and China and what DSA is trying to do is democracy. Democracy is a very key component.
Countries that I've visited in, and I can tell you and confirm in my conversations, and several times in both of those countries, that there are a whole bunch.
We definitely care about the well-being of people. That's why I'm still a frocked Catholic priest.
Indeed, Sake. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Bodies of people there who want to get out. I think the proof of it is that we build borders to protect our nation. They build borders to keep people in.
What are you talking about, dog? Like, part of the reason Cuba has to have the policies it does about immigration is because the United States has a fucking blockade against it. Like, that's... If there wasn't a blockade, the economic conditions wouldn't be as bad and people wouldn't want to leave their homes to go elsewhere to escape the poverty. He's talking about Attack on Titan. That makes more sense.
Yeah, that should say it all.
Absolutely. People are dying to get to America, not dying to get into communist, socialist regimes like Cuba and China. Jake,
maybe we shouldn't have people dying to get into America,
though. Socialism. That doesn't challenge capitalism.
Indeed, Sake. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I just like, we want people to die trying to get into the United States. We don't want people not dying trying to get into China and Cuba. It's just like, what? What are you on?
Last question to you. Of course, DSA is very organized. We talked about the numbers of members. They've exploded over 120,000. They love the platform that someone like Hassan Piker has with thousands of young people. So what is the way to beat back these bad ideas since they're gaining political power in all of these primaries?
I think doing what we're doing right here, exposing the ideas, and then also out-organizing them. They are in the Democratic Party now. They are in the labor movement now. It's a very, very serious concern. They really are hardcore communists in this organization. They control the governing board. They're at war themselves inside the organization. The New York City...
Bub, it's just called democracy. It's just called hashing out policy differences via democratic processes. That's not a war. When the Republicans who were traditional conservatives encountered the Tea Party, that wasn't a war. God.
DSA and the rest of DSA is at war over the AOC endorsement. I mean, by exposing this, we are...
It's not a war. It is not difficult to understand. National DSA didn't endorse AOC. New York City DSA did endorse AOC. It's not a war. It's not complicated. It's a disagreement within the, disparate elements of DSA because they are allowed to disagree.
Are doing good work.
Well, I appreciate both of you coming on, Jake Altman and Father Sirico. Thank you very much for joining us tonight with your perspective. Great to talk to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, coming up, we're led to believe that American socialism is an organic grassroots movement funded by the young and disenfranchised, but is it really? News Nation's Rich McHugh followed the money, and it led to some pretty powerful people.
Hell yeah. Let's go. I'm very much enjoying all of this. This is incredible stuff. Okay, it is still going. There's just a weird black screen in the middle. There we go.
Today's leading DSA candidates pride themselves on the fact they can't be bought and that they are a result of grassroots and a movement of young people who want to change the country. But
what streaming software do I use? I use XSplit, but you should probably use OBS, which is free, and there are way more tutorials about it if something goes wrong.
That's not the full story. In fact, there's evidence that powerful billionaires may be pumping money into the DSA machine. News Nation investigative correspondent Rich McHugh took a closer look.
One thing I learned through all of this reporting is that, the established Democrats and Republicans have always had funding over DSA and progressives. And the DSA figured out, finally, how to professionally fundraise. And that's we think of it as the DSA, just the DSA. But as Evan Barker says, it's not just them. It's all these groups have decided to come together for their own good. And that's why we're seeing all these victories across the country at this moment. Katie?
Well, fascinating. Rich McHugh, you're the best person we could have do that investigation. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Great to see you.
Thank you.
All right, well, we follow.
Wait, what? Wait, what? That was it? That was all he had to say?
I better break out my Netscape Navigator and go look up that on Metacrawler.
Yeah. Call me out for using XSplit. There are so many other older programs I use that you guys could roast me for, but I'm not going to tell you because I don't want to get roasted.
McHugh took a closer look.
One thing I learned through all of this...
Okay, so he took a closer look. What did he learn exactly?
Reporting is that, the established Democrats and Republicans have always had funding over DSA and progressives. And the DSA figured out, finally, how to professionally fundraise. And that's we think of it as the DSA, just the DSA. But as Evan Barker says, it's not just them. It's all these groups have decided to come together for their own good. And that's why we're seeing all these victories across the country at this moment.
So his thorough investigation was DSA is raising money from everyday small dollar donors.
Of course!
The conspiracy thickens. They've got nothing. They've got literally nothing. It's just a dues-paying organization. Oh, fuck it.
That guy looks like American Rob Ford.
He does. He fucking does. Oh, fuck. Sake, you are on a streak tonight. Just roasting.
Well, fascinating. Rich McHugh, you're the best person we could have do that investigation. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Great to see you.
Thank you.
All right, well, we followed the money. We've heard from DSA leaders and defectors.
We followed the money, and we found exactly diddly shit. Moving on to our next part.
We've even heard from survivors of socialist and communist regimes. After the break, we'll hear from current supporters of this movement. What are they so mad about, and what do they want to change? We'll ask them right after this. Welcome back. Well, despite everything you've heard so far, tens of thousands of Americans are still members of the Democratic Socialists of America. It's been a wake-up call for Democrats, and according to Vice President Vance, it's a wake-up call.
Yeah, if you had literally that little, why even bother throwing that into the segment at all?
For Republicans, too. Listen. So what are these problems, and what are drawing voters to socialism? Joining us now, Nathan J. Robinson, current affairs editor-in-chief, and Monty Mader, progressive political commentator. Great to see you both. So, Nathan, you told our producers that you don't have any DSA members to vote for in Louisiana, and you wouldn't call yourself a DSA voter, but you definitely say you're a socialist and are sympathetic to the DSA platform. So what about them is interesting to you?
I wrote a book called Why You Should Be a Socialist. So
why should we be socialists? Tell me.
Well, you asked what the problems are, why people are upset, and J.D. Vance actually gets some of it there. I interviewed Mem Downey when he was running early, and he said he talked to New Yorkers and listened to their anger. Some of the things people are mad about: the rent is too high, young people feel like they can't afford a house, they'll never buy a house, cost of childcare is too high, they see a bloated military budget deploying our tax dollars for.
God, Nathan J. Robinson, when he's on point, is just like, he's like a satisfying Ben Shapiro fast talker, except instead of spewing lies, he's just like, yeah, you know, that's what's happening.
Or death and destruction. They see their jobs being replaced with AI. They feel they have no rights at their place of employment. They have no family leave. They're drowning in student debt. Billions of dollars are being spent for ICE to drag your neighbors away, throw them in a cage, or shoot them in their car. Then we have a totally out of control climate catastrophe with global warming spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, trillionaires are being minted while people are sleeping in the streets. And so a lot of young people look at that situation. They see it as crazy and unjust. They're angry, and they want someone to do something about it.
All right, that's a long list of very serious problems, many that young people have gone through in generations past, I might add, but there are some.
That's a really long list of serious problems, but you know, maybe if we just tell people like, oh, well, things sucked in the past, so get used to it, Buttercup. Maybe that'll make it better.
New ones, and I understand the AI questions for sure. We cover that a lot on this show. But Monty, you're not a card-carrying member of DSA, but you also support many of their policies. Why are you interested in what they have to offer, and what problems do you see that they're solving, or at least claiming that they're going to solve?
I think that democratic socialism operates as a guardrail to where capitalism fails. We've seen over the past year where we have watched tax law favor the wealthiest among us instead of the working and lower class, who it should fail. We have so many systems in our country that are not working, one of them being healthcare. We spend more per person than any other developed nation, and we have the worst health outcomes, including infant death and life expectancy and preventable disease. We can do better. I believe that they address the income equality while also saying, hey, we can do better by the numbers. We can actually make this better for everybody, not just the few. Because I see it as a guardrail to the greed and the inequality we're seeing everywhere by implementing programs that allow for us to get something for our taxes. I don't believe that American money should be going overseas when Americans need help here. Our tax dollars can help us here. We don't have a money problem. We have a priority problem, and a lot of people in the U.S. are suffering, and that money needs to stay here. Voters need to have more say in where their tax dollars go, and tax law should always favor the lower and the middle class.
Well,
Girl, you spittin'. You spittin'. Like, this entire segment was such a mistake for News Nation to do as a hit piece on DSA. But like, holy shit, they are getting blown out of the water here.
Would agree with you that I would like better stewardship of my tax dollars, absolutely. But Nathan, we hear a lot about the billionaires. One of our reporters just detailed how billionaires are actually dumping money into the DSA when it's saying it's this grassroots movement. So are there like good billionaires as long as they're, donating to socialist causes, whereas Elon...
That was not in the segment. So don't know what you're talking about on that one. You guys cut that out. But, I genuinely wish that had made it into the show if you have evidence of it.
Elon Musk, who's a trillionaire but created thousands of millionaires when SpaceX went public, is evil and one who should be...
Hey, I wonder if anyone should check in on how many of those thousands of employees that became millionaires. I wonder if someone should check in with how they're doing now that the SpaceX IPO price has dropped below initial offering.
Taxed to death?
Well, I mean, that's the report that you had really overstated.
Wait, is Tom Steyer paying dues? Oh, fuck. If Tom Steyer became a dues-paying member of DSA, that'd be so fucking funny.
It's the number of rich people who support these kinds of policies. It's actually very difficult to fundraise on the left. And in that report, you heard that the DSA's budget is actually $6 million. It's tiny. And what you didn't do in that report is you didn't compare DSA spending to corporate and other PAC spending. And if you start looking at that, you'll start to see that they're outspent like 50 to 1. If you look at the billionaires who donated to Cuomo, yeah, you find one eccentric rich person here and there. But Mamdani was massively outspent by the rich. They poured money. And around the country, you see this. We're seeing this in the Michigan.
God, Nathan's fucking nailing it. Love it.
Michigan Senate race right now, where Abdul El-Sayed is being outspent 50 to 1 by AIPAC. They're spending $50 million. So you got to do the comparison if you're going to have a real analysis of who's funded by the rich.
All right, Monty, there has been this debate too within DSA and promotion.
She just immediately moves away from it because holy shit, does she not want to deal with that?
Of groups that have been sanctioned by the U.S. government for terrorism, Hamas, for example. Is that a group that you support, or is that an outlier in terms of what DSA is pushing?
There is absolutely no promotion of Hamas. There is a defense of the Palestinian people to be able to live and survive. Because what you cannot have is a war with a region that does not have a standing army. When you are attacking hospitals and schools and you are intentionally targeting civilians, you're not defending yourself. You're also not targeting a terrorist group. You're targeting civilians. I'm talking about the nation state of Israel doing that. There is no movement within the DSA to support Hamas, but it is to defend the civilians.
I love how she's like, are you talking about Hamas doing those things? And she's like, no, I'm talking about Israel. The nation currently attacking hospitals on like a daily basis.
Remind me what a million times what $1 million is. A trillion, right?
Also here, just out of curiosity. Just if we Google here Gaza hospital and look at just recent news stories, sorted by date. How about that? Israeli strikes on Gaza City kill at least 9 Palestinians, including 3 children, hospital officials say. 20 hours ago, at least 1 killed in an Israeli drone strike in Gaza, hospital sources say. Nowhere is safe, 1 day ago. Israel kills Gaza families and bombs hospital despite ceasefire. Damn, that's crazy how that just keeps happening.
in Palestine to defend their right to live and live freely and to prevent settlement and abuse in the West Bank. It's a legal apartheid and a genocide that's going on, and that's not just my opinion. That also includes the International Criminal Court.
I think we can have you back to debate, those facts. I think a lot of those are opinions, but we are happy to have you.
They're the consensus
Nathan
of
and
human
Monty,
rights groups around the world.
Thank you
There
very
are
much for
reasons
being
that
here
there are people
today.
in Israel facing war
We'll be
crime
right back.
charges.
Thank
Not
you,
my
guys.
opinion.
Thank you very much. We got to run. Good to see you both. Thank you very much. More Katie Powers tonight after this.
For the love of God, stop talking. For the love of God, stop talking. Holy shit. That was great. This was one of the best segments on why people should be democratic socialists that I've ever seen. Like, these were the best arguments they could come up with against DSA, and it failed spectacularly. This was wonderful. This was incredible. I'm feeling like so amped and so jazzed by that entire like back and forth. That was wonderful.
We never get to celebrate when millionaires make decisions that allow normal people to gain $1.
Yeah, we never do. It's very two-faced of us. We should all be celebrating whenever a millionaire makes any decision that allows us to do anything. The same way we should be celebrating the decisions that thousandaires make that allow us to make pennies. It's truly beneficent of them to allow us to have pennies. Yeah, well, we can still get them. Damn, amazing how fast she ended that segment. Yeah, it's crazy how fast mainstream media folds when suddenly people start pointing out that Israel's doing a genocide. Anyway, that was incredible. I very much enjoyed that. Nathan J. Robinson there at the end, excellent performance. Monty there at the end, excellent performance. That DSA co-chair was wonderful in the face of quite a bit of hostility. That was great. And you know what? This convinced me to join DSA twice as hard. I'm going to join DSA all over again. I'm gonna have 6 cards for DSA in the near future. All 6. I'm gonna catch them all. I'm gonna up it to 151. Gotta catch them all. Gotta have all the DSA cards. Now, there's an idea. DSA should look into making a trading card game based on different socialist figures. You know, you could have holographic cards. You could have different, like, praxis points that you develop. I don't know. Like, I'm just spitballing here. This is a great idea for DSA to fundraise a little bit. I don't know. I just think that this is a good idea. Look, if Christianity can have a knockoff of Magic the Gathering, why not DSA? Right? Anyway, all that being said, folks, if you enjoyed any of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the, scaffolding of a DSA trading card game. The elusive
What's
dark
your view on
mitten
how the UK
holographic
could
Bernie.
unfu or fix itself?
Oh god, Becky Dog, how could the UK unfuck itself? I mean, probably go with the Greens. Like, right now, like, I look at the UK and the only sane party I see right now are the Greens and Zach Polanski. Like, that seems to be the only vehicle that's actually functional for working class people there. Yeah, stopping the transphobia would also help.
Want to trade for your Danny DeVito?
You get it, Sake. You get it. I play Jane Fonda in attack position. God. Have I ever seen the Christian Doom or Wolfenstein? I have. I was obsessed with Christian knockoffs of mainstream video games for a hot minute. One of my favorites, by the way, is I have the physical disc for this because I was just so fascinated. I wrote I wrote into the company to see if they would actually sell it to me, and they still had a copy gathering dust in the basement. God. Wait, I should finish the segment first before I start playing like Christian knockoffs of Myst. FMVs. Anyway, if you enjoyed this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, leave a comment, and folks, also join your local Dems, join your local DSA, especially after that segment. You gotta join your DSA. Like, it's just the same thing to do at this point. And get involved today. If you don't know where to start, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local Dems, right, help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. There we go. It is really easy. We'll help you get to your first meetings. We'll give you the tips. We'll give you the tricks. We'll help you organize together with the folks in the Discord who have made the leap as well. And folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed for the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfy, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a full restock, 2 new sizes and a new color in stock. So do go check that out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. We did it. What's it called? Looking. God, what was it called? Yes, okay, found it. Fuck. I need to show you guys what this is now. I have to. It's a matter of honor. Fuck yeah. All right. Okay. Found it. Fuck yeah, let's do it. Just real quick, you have to experience how weird this game is. This game is called Heaven. Just Heaven.
Take a closer look at that. Welcome to Paradise Island. This is where your journey through heaven begins. Once you leave Paradise Island, you will journey to the Golden Street, then to the Crystal Forest. You'll then take a magical flight to Creation Walkway and on to the Days of Creation Room. After that, you'll find yourself at the Pearly Gate. Once through the Pearl Gate, you'll proceed to the throne of Jesus. During your stay in heaven, you'll have to solve many mysteries and see beautiful wonders. Remember to always look and listen for me. I'll be here to help you in the spirit, as I am now, or at other times, I will be present in physical form. Also, the guiding compass will always be with you. Look down to see it. You can travel back and forth through the speed gates. May Jesus be with you. We must go.
Is that Barbie? No, it's the sexy wank angel that helps you on your quest through heaven. Whoa!
Welcome to the Golden Strait. Your destiny is to proceed to the spinning lenses. In order to do that, you'll have to open the 12 crystal bridges and align the 6 angel rings. The crystal bridges are raised by touching these sparkle poles. Each sparkle pole raises 1 crystal bridge.
Yeah,
by
you gotta
raising the
touch all the
bridges,
sparkle poles.
You will gain access to the angel ring control stations. You'll learn more about the control stations later. Remember,
What a thrilling adventure into the afterlife. Truly video games were meant to convey God's will. Anyway, here's the sexy angel lady who looks like this for something. Wank angel, this is what I mean.
oh, there you are. Come over here. Yes, the streets
You've
are
completed
pure
Mist. How about myths?
gold. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Can you link this video? Yeah. She touched that sparkle pole real good.
You've got to raise the bridge.
There are like maybe 3 videos of gameplay from this game. I'm really, really glad that I own a copy. It's very it's very good. And by good I mean it's truly awful to play. I could not get very deep into it because frankly it hurt my ears and my eyes and made me motion sick.
God created all things. He alone is the creator. We are only his creation. Some would say that God did not make all things, but they are wrong. Only one with his power and might can do such things.
This is every single like conservative chatter who pops into vertical chat. This is just what you guys sound like.
Take a closer look at that.
Now imagine you're playing this game for like 30 minutes and it's just, take a closer look at that. What's that over there? Touch the sparkle pole. What's that over there? Look at that. Like, it's just that non-fucking stop. It's terrible.
At this point, I'd rather play Zoo Race.
I don't know what Zoo Race is, but I'm a little worried. Wow, this game is super thirsty? Yeah. But it came from wholesome conservative Christian game developers, so, you know, don't worry. There's nothing untoward about it. Like the time I touched the sparkle pole, things didn't turn out so well. God. All right, folks. We've been going for over 6 hours now, and Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, because you guys make this show possible. I couldn't do it without you. This show's made possible thanks to viewers like you. Thank you. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this? There's still
Hi,
no...
Ruben. May I ask, what book are you reading?
Oh, hi, Hannah. Yes, it's a book about Noah's Ark.
Ruben, do you actually believe in the Bible story of Noah's Ark?
What is this?
Well, yes, I do. I believe in what it says.
Oh. Okay then. Reuben.
Yes, Hannah?
As the head librarian here, I must recommend for you to read perhaps some more informative books. There's always the dictionary, encyclopedias, and also many history books to choose from.
No, Hannah. I like books about animals. Those other books are boring to me.
Animals? Oh. Well, how about these books?
Hey, look here. This one book is called Creature Racing. Ah, creature racing. Do you think that Noah had any creature races in those days after the world flood?
What?
I mean, did Noah play and have fun with the animals with racing games? Racing games. Wow. What do you think, Hannah?
What?
I wonder.
I think that maybe you read too many books, Reuben. Imagine that. Racing games.
You're in a
You
library,
have
bitch.
Too much imagination, Reuben. I wonder. And who would actually start and announce such a race? Would it be God himself, maybe? Yeah, right. Now I've heard everything. God organizes an animal race and is also a great race announcer. Well, God cannot do that.
But, you know that God can do it, because God can do anything. Are you saying that the great God who made the earth cannot do something?
Well,
what is
Come on,
happening?
Hannah, let's race. You and me, let's race. Let's have some fun. Just around the library.
Shit.
I'll race you, Hannah. Come on, Hannah. Are you going to race me?
What? Reuben, are you crazy?
What?
There's no racetrack around here. And I'm not even dressed for racing. I'm not some dumb animal creature like you read in your books. You need to get a brain, Reuben. And besides that, well, I don't think that I can race even if I wanted to. I'm not very strong or anything. How could I ever race? I mean, I'm very small and so very thin and,
What is
I
happening?
don't feel like I can race and I don't feel very well. Ugh.
Oh no! What the fuck?
Whoa! What happened? Wow. Oh, great. I'm a horse now.
Now I
And
can
you, Reuben?
race!
You're a rhinoceros. Oh, this is just so crazy. I just want to know something. What else could ever happen to us today? What else can happen?
Ready,
What?
set,
This is art. This is art.
At the start, it's Kane the Cougar, followed by Priscilla the Pig, Hannah the Horse, and Reuben the Rhino.
Oh, hell yeah! took place.
Night or a quarter to 10, they said something, then it started again. The war began. The clash was on and they started to fight. I know the word hurt, but is it right? No, it's not alright.
Fuck yeah, horse dance party! With Moses, probably. Or maybe Noah. Wait, and the Ark of the Covenant. Aw, hell yeah.
And the rain came falling down. The wind blew, and it made lots of sound. Open with a great big hop on a hilltop. We got out and we prayed for a while. For heaven through. Your grace and love are so true.
This is incredible.
Congratulations, Hannah the horse.
Wow! Is this a dream?
Well, I don't know how to process that. Holy shit. Link now? Here you go. I think you have something to play, Jack. I think that will be a new sub goal if you guys want me to play that one. That being said, I'm exhausted. It's 3:20 in the morning. I'm gonna go to sleep. But you all remember Zoo Race, because I'm assuring you guys I am in a state of mind where I'm going to think that this was hallucinated. Anyway, click the goddamn button. I appreciate all y'all so much.
Go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button.
The website still exists? Hell yeah.
Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button.
folks. Last call for subs and donos. And yeah, it's been a great stream. I have no idea how it's been 6.5 hours, but like, I'm so glad we got to that DSA segment. That was truly wonderful. I truly enjoyed that. Holy shit. Jack, they have a Redbubble? I'll have to check it out. Good night, everybody. Get good sleep. I will see you all. Oh, I might not be streaming tomorrow. Maybe I'll stream someday this weekend, like Saturday or Sunday. We'll see. Otherwise, I'll be back on Monday, folks.
ZooRace.com.
ZooRace.com. Thank you for the $5, Comrade Girl 2018. Appreciate you. Good night, everybody. Bye. Pat C. Lucas, thank you for the membership before we go. Hell yeah. Thank you. Good night. Bye.